Motion for debate, International Women's Day and the steps taken to promote the economic inclusion of women. Baroness Spear of Norbiton.
My Lords, I would like to start by saying how delighted I am that the Noble Baroness Lady Casey of Blackstock has chosen this debate in which to make her maiden speech. Baroness Casey has worked tirelessly over the last 30 years in an extraordinary career that has been dedicated to public service and helping others. She is truly a worthy addition to your Lordship's house. I am sure that all noble lords are looking forward with great interest to what she has to say. My Lords, it gives me great pleasure to open this year's International Women's Day debate. This day is celebrated all over the world in different ways, and I'm pleased that we are recognising it in your Lordship's house today. International Women's Day is an opportunity to reflect on the vital contribution that women make across different spheres, whether that be political, cultural, social, or economic, whilst also recognising that work still needs to be done to ensure the safety, security, equality and empowerment of women around the world. My Lords, the theme of today's International Women's Day is Inspire Inclusion. Inclusion is not about women being present, being in the room. How often are women in the room, but frankly not really expected to speak? Inclusion should actually mean women feeling able to express an opinion and playing a key part in the decision-making process at all levels of an organisation, a government, and across society. It means women, more women, becoming leaders. Yet globally, women continue to be excluded from any level of the labour market, and when they are employed, they work longer hours for less pay. On average, 20% less, in fact. Women represent only 30% of entrepreneurs and receive just 4% of financing. So there is still much to be done for women's inclusion, real inclusion, to be fully realised. I'd like to turn first to international policy and aid. The UK has long been a global champion of women's rights, and many members of your Lordship's House have been and continue to be at the forefront of that work, and I look forward to their contributions today. Women's rights are most under threat where they live in a country that is at war. We have witnessed this in Ukraine, where Russia's illegal invasion has led to millions of families being displaced and a sharp rise in poverty. My thoughts are with the millions of women and girls who have suffered in the 2 years and 2 weeks since that conflict began. The UK continues to stand with Ukraine. The fiscal support which the UK is providing contributes to maintaining public services, and our humanitarian funding protects the needs of the most vulnerable, including women and girls, such as by supporting survivors of gender-based violence. Conflicts such as these show into sharp relief the importance of legislation that facilitates the economic and social inclusion of women, both domestically and worldwide. We continue to uphold our International Development Gender Equality Act, which sets out a legal requirement to consider gender equality in how we provide official development assistance, or ODA. And we continue to look at ways we can go further to prioritise women and girls in our international work. So, to set out an agenda that puts women and girls centre stage, we published the International Women and Girls Strategy in March last year, and then the International Development White Paper in November. As set out in the White Paper, our target in the UK is for at least 80% of the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office's bilateral aid programmes to have a focus on gender equality by 2030. The White Paper also announced a new global campaign for women's economic empowerment. This campaign will drive forward global efforts to ensure every woman has the equal right to decent work, the freedom of safe work of her choice, and the resources to reach her potential. A key part of this is integrating gender equality into our economic diplomacy, and that means leading by example to create meaningful jobs for women and identifying evidence-based solutions to expand women's voices. A strategy which focuses on women and girls has many benefits. The evidence shows that investing in women and breaking down the barriers they face accelerates international development. So this is why British International Investment, the BII, the UK's development finance institution, continues to champion gender-smart investing, and why it has pledged that 25% of its new investments in 2022 to 2026 will be focused on supporting women's economic empowerment. In Bangladesh, for example, BII is providing a $52 million loan for the construction of a greenfield manufacturing facility. This facility will support new business growth within the manufacturing sector. The loan is expected to create 1,000 jobs, and 50% of these will be held by women. Building on this, the She Trades Commonwealth programme helps provide women-led businesses with various elements of support, whether that be technical assistance or networking or support from specialised business support organisations. And with UK financing, She Trades Outlook is a unique global online platform that tracks and compares countries' progress on trade and gender equality to share good practice and lessons learned and promote women's economic empowerment. Ideally, different policy goals must work in tandem with each other. And later this month, we are hosting a dialogue at Wilton Park on building women's economic empowerment into climate transitions, which will bring together key actors, academics, civil society, multilateral institutions, the government, and the private sector. This conference will explore how we can build women's economic empowerment into the green growth agenda. The UK government will continue to use the full weight of our diplomatic and development offer to put women and girls in all their diversity at the heart of everything we do. Turning now to the domestic front, to gender equality in the UK. It is encouraging to see that the gender pay gap across UK employees fell in 2022 to 14.3%, and that is a fall of 3% over the last 3 years. Transparency is a key tool in tackling the gender pay gap. Back in 2017, so about 7 years or so ago, the government introduced regulations requiring large employees to publish the difference in average salaries and bonuses for men and women. It happens to be the first piece of legislation that I took through your Lordship's house. And these regulations have been effective, motivating employers to scrutinise their approach and improve equality in the workplace. But a key driver of the gender pay gap is lower levels of female participation in the workforce. This accounts for around half of the gap, and it widens in the 20 years after the first child in the family is born. And we know that high childcare costs present a real challenge for many women when weighing up whether or when to go back to work and how many hours they can work when they've got young children to look after. And we're dealing with this head-on with the government's tax-free childcare scheme for working parents. For every £8 parents pay into their childcare accounts, the government will add £2, up to a maximum of £2,000 in top-up per year. And this applies for each child up to the age of 11. And for children with disabilities, the maximum amount of government top-up is £4,000 until the child is 16. And building on this, at the spring budget last year, the government announced the biggest ever investment in childcare in England by providing eligible working parents with 30 hours of free childcare per week for 38 weeks per year. Parents can access this from when the child is 9 months old until they begin school. This expansion in early years entitlement is worth an estimated £1.7 billion in the financial year 24-25. And as a result of this, we expect that 1.5 million mothers will increase the hours they work by 27-28, and around 60,000 more will enter the employment sector. And at the spring budget this week, we confirmed that the government is guaranteeing the hourly rate paid to childcare providers to deliver this free hours offer. And this will give childcare providers the confidence to invest in expansion. Alongside support with childcare, workplaces must offer their employees flexibility in how and when they work. Flexibility benefits women and men. But we must recognise that women still do bear more of the workload when it comes to childcare, and they face particular challenges in balancing their professional aspirations with family responsibilities. But it doesn't have to be this way. If we embrace adaptability in working arrangements and we dismantle the rigid structures that have historically hindered women's career progression, and in turn we offer an environment where talent and not time spent in the office sitting at your desk is the currency of value, this will have a transformative effect on women's inclusion. So that is why this government has introduced the right to request flexible working from day one of an individual's employment. This will come into force on April the 6th this year and will bring around 2.6 million additional employees in scope of this entitlement. We've also passed the Employment Relations Flexible Working Act. This includes measures that support people who wish to discuss flexible working arrangements with their employer. These discussions are important, as we know the extent to which flexible working is suitable will depend on both an individual's and the business's circumstances. So we want employers and employees to come to the arrangement that works for both parties. This will benefit fathers as well as mothers, giving them the opportunity to do their part in the home. And more broadly, flexible working can lead to more diverse leadership, innovative services and products being developed, and more resilient organisations. Furthermore, we are committed to supporting pregnant women and new parents who wish to participate in the labour market. So the Protection from Redundancy, Pregnancy and Family Leave Act 2023 extends existing redundancy protections, which currently apply to those on maternity leave, adoption leave or shared parental leave. From the 6th of April, these redundancy protections will also cover the period of pregnancy and a period of time after that. This means the employers are obliged to offer a suitable alternative vacancy where one is available, giving women on maternity leave or who have returned recently from maternity leave priority over other employees who are also at risk of redundancy. This same protection applies to parents taking adoption leave or shared parental leave. Additionally, the government announced new measures in the spring budget on Wednesday to help parents balance work with looking after their children. From April, the government will raise the threshold for the High Income Child Benefit Charge, or HICBIC, to £60,000, taking 170,000 families out of paying this tax charge. The government is also raising the top of the taper at which child benefit is withdrawn to £80,000. This will reduce the marginal tax rate, which will improve people's incentives to continue working or to take up more hours. The OBR estimates that as a result, those already working will increase their hours by a total equivalent of around 10,000 full-time individuals by 28-29. Beyond difficulties in entering the labour market, women can also find it more challenging to reach leadership levels in the organisations that they are part of. In 2016, the Treasury launched the Women in Finance Charter to improve female representation at senior levels with a view to improving the productivity, innovation and competitiveness of the financial services sector. Over 400 firms employing over 1.3 million people across the financial services sector have signed up to the commitments of the Charter, from global banks to credit unions, leading insurance companies to new startups. The first wave of signatories to the Charter started out with an average level of senior representation of 27%. Today, the signatory base has grown substantially, and the average level of senior representation stands at 35%. The Charter's 5-year review found that the average proportion of women on UK executive committees had increased from 14% in 2016 to 22% in 2021. While the proportion of women on UK boards had increased from 23% to 32%. The increase for executive committees is nearly 60%, and for boards it's nearly 40%. Average representation on boards and executive committees was higher for those firms that had signed the Charter, 50% higher for executive committees and 40% for boards. And it's really encouraging to see that Charter being emulated in other sectors, including aviation and maritime, in other countries such as Norway, Luxembourg and Ireland, and across diversity strands, such as the Black Talent Charter. And I look forward to the Charter's next annual review report, which will be published later this month. My Lords, there is still quite a lot of work to do to continue our progress towards true gender equality and inclusion. In implementing these domestic policies and through our international leadership in putting women centre stage, the UK government has demonstrated our unwavering commitment to women and girls around the world. I am very pleased to open this debate in your Lordship's house, and I beg to move.
The question is that this motion be agreed to.
My peers, I'm very pleased to be speaking in this International Women's Day debate today, and especially as it's on March the 8th. It's the first time for a good number of years, I think, we have to be on the very day, so it's good we can do that. And I know with so many speakers, I'm sure we're going to get a wide range of views. And as the Minister said, we're all looking forward to the maiden speech of Baroness Casey. Now, this debate is looking at steps taken to promote economic inclusion of women. But how do we get to that stage, I wonder, and what are the barriers? Now, the United Nations have said that women's economic empowerment is essential to achieving women's rights and gender equality. Women's economic empowerment means ensuring women can equally participate in and benefit from decent work and social protection across access to markets, having control over resources, their own time, lives and bodies, and increasing voice agency and meaningful participation in economic decision making at all levels, from the household to international institutions. And I think that really sums it up very nicely. We do need more women in positions of power in order for women to achieve economic and financial freedoms. So getting women into positions of power in all walks of life, such as politics, business, public bodies, sport, the arts, I think is our way forward. But unfortunately, there are many barriers put in the way, such as sexism, misogyny and bullying in the workforce, that can prevent women from progressing upward in the workplace, as recent reports have shown. And I think anyone listening to the Today programme this morning, there were 3 instances, separate instances, of sexism and misogyny against women in the workplace. So, where are women in the political life in the UK? I think things have certainly improved in terms of getting more women into the House of Commons. But in the House of Commons today, there are 226 women MPs, and that makes up 35% of all MPs. But since 1918, only 564 women have ever been elected as MPs, and that compares with 4,752 men. So you can see there's quite a difference there, isn't there? So where there is a good number of women in elected institutions, there is a different agenda, and I can give Wales as an example. Now, women make up 43% of members of the Senedd Cymru, the Welsh Parliament. And I'm proud to say that in the Labour group in the Senedd, there's always been more women than men. But that came about because Labour took positive action when the Welsh Assembly was established in 1999, ensuring that this new institution, women would play a big role. And this has happened. And the majority of Cabinet are women, and that at the moment, but that's not for the first time. So, in political life, where there's enough women, the agenda is different, as we've seen in Wales. Now, Wales has a Children's Commissioner. That was the first in the UK. They have an Older People's Commissioner, the first in the world, and I really wish the UK government would accept that in England older people need a commissioner. And we have a Future Generations Commissioner, again, the first in the UK, and I'm not sure it might be even in the world. So these are just 3 examples of the influence women can have on the agenda in political life. Now, as the Minister said, things are improving and we've still got some way to go. But if we look at what's preventing women from having economic inclusion, I'd like to mention Helen Walker, the Chief Executive of Carers UK, and when she was commented on the budget earlier this week, she says that women disproportionately shoulder the bulk of unpaid caring responsibilities in the UK. And she points out that of the 5.7 million unpaid carers, 59% are women, and for women out of work with caring responsibilities, the cost of living crisis has plunged many into poverty. Thousands are struggling to make ends meet, and many are at greater risk of poor health as they cut back on essentials such as food and heating. And for women in work, juggling employment with a caring responsibility can be very tough. Women are more likely to be in part-time and insecure work, such as 0-hour contracts, often taking on caring responsibilities. Now, this leaves working women who are unpaid carers more vulnerable of loss of earnings and even dismissal. And she goes on to say that the new Carers Leave Act, which comes into force in April this year, will offer some protection for working women, granting up to 5 days unpaid leave to carers and offering the same rights as other forms of family leave. But if carers are to be properly supported, all parties must recognise the enormous social and economic value that people looking after families and friends provide. Now, it's estimated that the value of unpaid care in England and Wales alone is the equivalent to a second NHS, a staggering £162 billion per year. So ensuring carers, which includes women, have access to practical support, can prioritise their own health and well-being, while caring and remaining financially resilient is crucial for the overall health of the country. So I am grateful to Helen Walker for all her work in this field. Now, the briefing I have received from Refuge, a charity that supports women victims in domestic violence, says that women will experience economic abuse, which is a form of domestic abuse, involving an abuser restricting the person's ability to acquire, use and maintain money for their other economic resources. So research by Refuge in 2020 found that 2 in 5 adults in the UK have experienced economic abusive partnerships with a current or former intimate partner relationships. Economic abuse often prevents domestic abuse survivors from being able to access vital funds needed to flee from abusive relationships, forcing them to continue living with dangerous perpetrators. So aspects of the welfare system, including university credit and child maintenance service, are routinely used by perpetrators to facilitate economic abuse, and ongoing cost of living crisis has created yet more opportunities for perpetrators to control and abuse survivors through restricting their access to financial resources. Now, Refuge says that the £2 million free fund announced by the Home Office in January 2024 is welcome, providing a one-off payment to survivors to help them escape from abuse. However, Refuge says that only a fraction of the survivors who need to access this emergency support will be able to do so. And they give the example that the allocated funds for February this year was spent in a matter of days, and more funding is required to support all women who need access to this life-saving emergency fund. So adequate investment in the Fleet Fund and specialist domestic abuse services providing economic support to survivors is therefore vital. So would the Minister agree to look at this and support the idea of the Flea Fund to have more investment, as it will be a lifeline for women who need to escape from abusive relationships? Now, the Office of National Statistics report on the gender pay gap, which the Minister mentioned, in the UK, and shows the latest figures from 2023 demonstrate a 7.7 pay gap amongst full-time employees and a 14.3 gap for all employees. And the ONS reported on earnings in April 2023. The median weekly earnings for men was £666 and for women was £491. And for those just in full-time work, the figure was £725 for men and £629 for women. So it seems that the gap then was widening, in part demonstrating the impact of working part-time or leaving the labour market due to unpaid care. The effects accumulate across a lifetime and peaking when a woman reaches her 50s. Now, considering the Equal Pay Act was enacted in 1975, how much longer do women have to wait to achieve equality of earnings? It's taken an awful long time, hasn't it, to get to the stage where we are now? So, would the Minister agree with me that to achieve this would go a long way for women to have economic inclusion? And I look forward to the contribution from other peers, and I look forward to the Minister's reply as we all celebrate International Women's Day today.
Yeah. My Lords, I'm glad we have a debate for International Women's Day, and I thank the noble lady, the Minister, for opening this. It wasn't always like this. The noble lady, Baroness Gale, will recall her battles in the Labour period to ensure that we had this debate. I and some others joined her in that. I then needed to do the same in the coalition, and I said, it's automatic, or it should be. And it became such. And in fact, as a minister, I found myself opening or winding in several of these. And it has become automatic, and we owe a lot to Baroness Gale for making sure that that was the case. And this debate, as we've heard, is still very much needed. And I'm delighted that Baroness Casey has decided to give her maiden speech today in this debate. Now, I need to insert a wild card here. I hope to be here all the way through. Anyone taking part in the debate knows they must be here for the winding speeches and will want to hear the answers to their points. But on this day, International Women's Day, my daughter is expecting a baby. A baby girl, as we understand it, but who knows? And what's more, she sees her midwife at 11:30 this morning, who may hurry things along. And for some reason only known to her, my daughter thinks that I am calm in a crisis. And if things do move along, she wants me on hand. And I'm delighted and honoured to do my best to assist, though with some trepidation, but don't mention it to her. But maybe this is a case in point. It's traditionally been women who've taken on the key caring roles, and that has had an impact on their economic position, and much else flows from that. It will be my daughter who takes the lion's share of parental leave. My son-in-law's allowance is less generous. At least he does get leave. It used not to be the case. But it isn't yet equality. What it needs is properly paid parental leave for both parents. It's no accident that this has been happening in Scandinavian countries, and that is where there is the best gender equality. But we know that there is no country in the world where there is yet full gender equality. The World Economic Forum Global Gender Gap Report of 2023 shows this, and that the rate of progress between 2006, the first edition of the report, and 2023 shows that it's slowed. And the UN's Gender Snapshot of 2023 finds that if current trends continue, more than 340 million women and girls will still live in extreme poverty by 2030, and close to 1 in 4 will experience moderate or severe food insecurity. It's no accident that greater equality is connected to economic position. I had the privilege on behalf of this House of attending the most recent annual Reykjavik Global Forum, which focuses on the position of women. The key necessities for greater gender equality were identified there as equal parental leave, and by that they meant equal properly paid parental leave, equal pay, equal representation, and ending gender-based violence. And it's circular. These are what are needed to be addressed if we are to secure greater economic equality, and greater economic equality helps to address these issues too. So what has happened since we last debated the position of women in the world, besides my daughter getting pregnant? In the UK, as worldwide, the cost of living has hit women harder than men. Has the Treasury done a gender impact assessment of the effects of the budget? And if so, has this been published? I remember as a DFID minister needing to point out in the coalition that the Treasury needed to do that gender impact for the United Kingdom, just as we asked developing countries to do. The Women's Budget Group finds, for example, that single men will gain on average about £500 more a year than lone mothers from the cuts to national insurance. And perhaps more significantly, high inflation and cuts have eroded the budget for public services, meaning that unprotected services will see real terms cuts in day-to-day spending, according to the OBR, and that includes local government and justice. These cuts will impact women more than men because they're more likely to use local services and more likely to work in them. As for the justice system, we already know, for example, that rape cases have to wait years rather than weeks to be heard, and it is appalling that this is likely to get worse, not better. As we look internationally, we know that the situation can be dire for many women and girls, and yet we cut our aid budget. The International Development White Paper says it puts women and girls front and centre, but without the wherewithal to deliver that, that is an empty promise. A key aim here must be to support sexual health and reproductive rights. That's essential to women, their families, their communities, and their countries. So could the Noble Lady, the Minister, in her reply, tell us what ODA has been reinstated here since the 80% cut? And we know we face the major challenge of climate change, and the poorest are the most vulnerable to climate change, and women and girls especially so. They often lack the resources required to adapt to the changing climate and to ensure their protection. With increasing drought, women and girls are expected to travel longer distances to collect water and firewood, exposing them to potential violence. The destruction of households and livelihoods and the loss of livestock and crops due to severe drought have become a reality for communities hard hit by climate change. As the climate and nature crisis accelerates, urgent action is needed to ensure existing gender equalities are not exacerbated. In February 2023, the government published its UN-required UK Women, Peace and Security National Action Plan, which recognises that, and I quote, increasingly climate, security and conflict are interlinked and that women and girls are affected differently. It includes as a priority ensuring that gender is addressed, including through the use of the International Climate Finance. The FCDO's March 2023 International Women and Girls Strategy and its November 2023 White Paper both highlight the disproportionate impact on women and girls of climate change. And yet a recent review of UK aid's commitments to international climate finance by the Independent Commission for Aid Impact found that, despite these commitments, the UK has not done this. And in fact, attention to gender appears to be decreasing. Perhaps the Minister can comment. This century has seen an increase in the intensity and impact of conflict and violence on civilians globally. Afghanistan, Ukraine, the conflict in Israel, Gaza and the West Bank, Sudan. The Mines Action Group reports that about 80% of the victims of small arms and light weapons are women and children. Our development budget and strategy should not just say they recognise this, but translate that into the necessary actions. We need to ensure there is far greater economic equivalence between men and women, whether in the UK or globally. We also need to ensure that there are more women in positions of leadership, as the noble lady Baroness Gale has just said. In Reykjavik, I heard one Icelandic minister say, and I quote her, "Women are often told that they are too young, too old, too single, too married, with not enough experience or with outdated experience to be leaders." Does that sound familiar? There is so much that we need to do. We're not on track either in the UK or worldwide. I look forward to the contribution of others and the Minister's reply to this debate, and cross my fingers that my new granddaughter stays just where she safely is, at least for the moment.
My Lords, it's an absolute pleasure to follow that terrific speech by Baroness Northover, and I'm sure on behalf of all of us we welcome granddaughter Northover into the world on this extremely auspicious day. And I also am very thrilled that Baroness Casey is making her maiden speech, and I look forward to it. I know I have not very few minutes, so I'm trying to cover as many things as I can. What becomes clear listening to this, and I'm sure will become clear through the day, women are still doing the caring. We're doing the childcare, we're doing the caring, and we're not paid for it. I go back 50 years to spare room. I know I've done this before, but I'll do it again. And I think one very, very fundamental thing happened then, which was, I know when we wrote the original editorial, we said, gender divide is just as tough for men as for women. Women have to support 2.2 children for the rest of their lives with their 2 weeks holiday, etc. And we dropped that within about a fortnight because it became clear that it was women's stuff and women's equality was so huge. And in the 50 years, we have expanded the role of women. I stand here, you all stand here. Effectively, we can be barristers and lawyers and doctors and solicitors and mothers and everything. We never did anything about the role of men. It was very interesting. We said, we want all the sexy stuff in your life and we want you to take out the trash. This was a very bad equation. And it seems to me that what has happened is that men are very frozen in their roles. I also, like Baroness Northover, have a lot of connections with Denmark. My sister lives there. Economically, men get paid to care. And the moment you're in a capitalist system, what you get paid for matters, and what you don't get paid for is kicked into the long grass. And this is what happens now. In effect, we have not changed at all in this respect. And I was thinking about things that have gone well and things that have gone badly. And one of my, you all know, I work in food politics. So what I'd like to announce is that from Sunday, there is going to be a Mothers Manifesto hunger strike taking place across the road there. This is on behalf of lots of groups of mothers, because guess who is skipping meals in this cost of living crisis? It's not the blokes, I'm sorry, it's not the blokes. 1 in 4 mothers in this country are currently skipping a meal. Now, 50 years ago, nobody skipped a meal. I'm not saying it was all fun and roses. We certainly didn't skip meals. If someone had said to me, in 50 years' time, you're going to stand up in Westminster and talk about food poverty, I'd have said they were bonkers. But last week, these are all I'm going to make examples from the last few days. I met the mothers about hunger strike just yesterday. Last week, I was with a head teacher who said, I noticed this curious pattern about a girl in the 6th form. She came into school only on Mondays and Wednesdays and Fridays. And this went on for a kind of while. And I asked her teacher, and she said, yes, it's very, very weird. They found out that she and her mother only had 1 pair of shoes. It wasn't the boy with his father, it was the mother. Now, if we go on to the international stage as well, and as Baroness Northover said, I would very much like to contest the words of the Minister earlier. I don't in any way impugn her willingness to say that we're spending a lot on development, but according to Care International, who were here in the House doing a very large event, widely attended by peers, we are now spending less than 1% of UK bilateral finance is targeted at gender equality, and less than 0.2% reach the needs of women's rights organisations. No one is in any illusion that unless we empower women, it's not just about our economy, it's about our stability, it's about the wars in countries, it's about the safety of children, and it's about how we will go forward. It seems to me we do still live in a kind of conspiracy where men dominate. If we look back to the inquiry into Partygate, the decisions about the COVID lockdown were made by a group of young men in their 30s who had no children, been to Eton, and had no idea what it meant to care for an elderly relative, or to think, how am I going to do my 0 hours contract job when I've got to look after the kids? How am I going to do the food plan? None of these things were considered. So the question of legislation about representation, and also, ultimately, legislation and support that says we have to bring up the next generation well. I mean, I am completely shocked. I'm sitting on a new committee about ultra-processed food. 1 in 5 kids are going to school at 5 years old, obese. Don't just think of them, think of our economy. These children are going to be what we call the inactive blob, which we're all worried about, and we're now spending money on coaching them to get back to work. They're not going to get back to work. They're sick. We are in the most extraordinary state like this, and I find it really depressing, although I'm thrilled personally that I can stand here and think I've had an amazing life. But it worries me very much that all the work people have put in and the efforts we make, there are some fundamental things that government needs to grasp, and the first of them is we are a society that loves and protects and rears our children properly and healthily and supports the people who do that. We are a society that looks after the people who care for people in their old age. And we as a country understand that if the problems of climate change, which are massive, are going to be helped, we up our development budgets to help women in developed countries do women's projects and women's representation. And by the way, we need a lot more than 37% women representing us at COP.
My Lords, can I first of all thank the Minister for opening today's important debate, and can I say to Baroness Casey how much I am looking forward to her maiden speech. I've been a long admirer of your work, your determination, your advocacy, and the way that your work has really made a difference in people's lives, so thank you. Today and this debate is an opportunity for us to reflect, to pause and remember the women who have lost their lives in pursuit of equality for women, to remember those women who are in the midst of war and conflict, those who face sexual violence and general domestic violence as an everyday reality. It's also an important moment to celebrate and honour the achievements of women around the world. In the short time available to me, I am going to speak not on international matters, which I generally do, but I would like to touch on inequalities in our healthcare provision, particularly with regard to women's health, and more specifically on black women's health, which has a sustained and long-term impact on their well-being and quality of life, as well as a significant impact on our economy and on economic inclusion. I'm extremely grateful to Dr. Jenny Douglas, who's a senior lecturer at the Open University, with whom I have debated and discussed these issues over many, many years. She is a lifelong and passionate advocate for black women's health. Now, my Lords, there's a wealth of data out there from the WHO, the Institute of Health Inequality, the King's Fund, on these health inequalities. They identify issues around life expectancy, premature death and disability, productivity losses, the direct costs to the NHS and other welfare services, reduced taxes, all of these an economic impact, but let's always remember the well-being and welfare impact of these inequalities on women. So these are significant consequences to our economy. Now, the Women's Health Strategy was published in August 2022, and it identified the following: that although women in the United Kingdom on average live longer than men, women spend a significantly greater proportion of their lives in ill health and disability when compared with men. That not enough focus is placed on women-specific issues like miscarriage or menopause, although I do welcome the recent guidance from the Equality and Human Rights Commission and also the work that the government has been doing in relation to this. That women are underrepresented when it comes to important clinical trials. While women make up 51% of our population, historically the health and care system has been designed by men for men, and that still remains the case. This male as default approach has been seen in research and clinical trials, education and training for healthcare professionals, and the design of healthcare policies and services. This has led to gaps in our data and evidence base that mean that not enough is known about conditions that only affect women. But it's also meant that not enough is known about how conditions that affect both men and women impact them in different ways. For example, cardiovascular disease, dementia, or mental health conditions. It has also resulted in inefficiencies in how services are delivered. For example, we know that many women who have to move from service to service to have their reproductive health needs met. And women can struggle to access basic services such as contraception. Day after day, we hear from women who speak movingly about their experiences, women who do not feel well served by our health system as it is. Now, in that strategy, although mention is made of Black, Asian and minority women, the strategy doesn't really discuss the experiences of racism that Black and Asian women experience. A recent report, for example, by the Birmingham Race Action Partnership has significant data on this. Now, a specific example of where Black and Asian women's experience needs to be addressed is in relation to maternal deaths. Thankfully, these are very rare, but there are disparities with Black and Asian women more likely to die during pregnancy, childbirth, and the year following childbirth than white women. The House of Commons Women and Equalities report into Black maternal health set out a number of reasons for ethnic disparities in mortality which are not fully understood. For example, there may be pre-existing conditions, socioeconomic factors, the quality of maternity care, the need for training on disparities. Black women at term are 1.5 to 2 times more likely to have a stillbirth, 4 to 5 times more likely to die from complications in pregnancy and childbirth. And there is an intersection between economic disadvantage, with women living in deprived areas having the highest maternal mortality rates. So can I ask the Minister, what progress has been made in implementing the recommendations in the Women and Equalities Committee report on Black maternal health? That would go some way to tackling basic health inequalities and support women, particularly Black and Asian women, to enable them to play their part in being active, healthy, major contributors to our society.
Yeah. My Lords, may I begin by welcoming the distinguished Baroness Casey, and I look forward, like others, to hearing her maiden speech. My Lords, in preparing for this debate, I came across an article on the history of women's employment in the civil service. I learned that it was only in 1869 that women were, for the first time, employed by the British government. This was occasioned by the government's acquisition of the nascent inland telegraph industry, and with it a number of female telegraphists who became employees of the General Post Office and hence civil servants. The following year, the Postmaster General introduced women clerks elsewhere in the organisation. In summarising his reasons for this, he said, "They," by which he meant women, "take kindlier than men or boys to sedentary employment and are more patient during long confinement to one place. Women are less disposed to get together to extort higher wages. Women will not require increases to length of service, as they will retire for the purposes of getting married as soon as they get the chance. There will be fewer women than men on the pension list." So I was led to the conclusion that he didn't get the memo about the financial inclusion of women, but he had opened the door for more women to attain higher status employment. However, married women were still disbarred from working in the civil service. The marriage bar wasn't abolished until 1946 for the Home Civil Service, and amazingly as it may seem, 1973 for the Foreign Service. And of course, as has already been pointed out by the noble Lady Baroness Gale, it was also only during my childhood in the 1970s that legislation was passed making it unlawful to discriminate against women in the workplace and giving women the right to equal pay. Whatever progress has been made, we need, however, to remember that many, many women in this country are still subject to significant economic and financial insecurity and economic disadvantage. As has been pointed out by others, caring responsibilities, childcare costs, social pressures and mores, and working hours and work patterns are all still playing a part in keeping women in this country out of the workforce or out of better paid roles. And with that disadvantage comes the risk of seeking solutions that only offer further disadvantage. I am, of course, referring to payday lending and gambling. My Lords, in my declared role as chair of GambleAware, I'm acutely conscious that the picture in relation to women and gambling is as dramatic as it is troubling. Gambling Commission data shows that between 2016 and 2023, the number of women gambling online more than doubled from 12% to 25% of all women, a faster rate than for men. And as a result, more than 3 million more women are now gambling online than was the case 8 years ago. It's of particular concern and of relevance to today's debate that, however mistaken they may be, one of the main drivers of gambling among women is practical and economic. The desire to win money to boost household finances, to relieve financial pressure, or to provide hope of escape from relationships, poverty, or domestic abuse. 1 in 10 women who gamble is turning to gambling to supplement household income. 1/4 of women who gamble expect to gamble more in the coming months owing to the cost of living crisis. And because of the stigma attached to women gambling, women who experience gambling harms are, for once, less likely than men to discuss the issue or to seek help with it. Higher gambling expenditure is associated with worse financial outcomes, including financial distress, lower financial inclusion, and poor financial planning. Data from GamCare, one of the charities commissioned by GambleAware as part of the National Gambling Support Network, shows that financial difficulties are experienced by 80% of people they treat, and being in debt is reported by 66% of National Gambling Helpline users. There's a need to ensure specific action is taken to support women experiencing or at risk of gambling harms and to protect them from financial hardship. Among other work, Gamble Aware has set up a fund to support activities recommended by researchers looking at women's lived experience of gambling and gambling harms. It's also devised an ongoing stigma campaign, relaunched earlier this week, to break down the barriers that prevent people from seeking help with their harmful gambling. However, there's much more that needs to be done. I hope that many of the measures set out in the Gambling White Paper will help women experiencing gambling harm and prevent unaffordable financial losses that can impact their economic security. These include the introduction of financial risk checks, stake limits for online slots, which I am pleased the government has confirmed that they will be introducing, and improved rules on the provision of incentives like free bets and bonuses. These measures are all vital to protecting women from the detrimental financial impacts of gambling. They need to be finalised urgently before more people experience harm. And as the government seeks to reform its approach to gambling harm, research, prevention and treatment, the third sector providers that deliver the majority of these crucial services need to be given reassurance that their work will be protected and supported. I hope this reassurance will be provided soon. I most certainly join with others in celebrating International Women's Day and the steps taken to promote financial inclusion. We've come a long way since women were first employed in the civil service in 1869, but we need to acknowledge that many women in this country experience serious financial insecurity and face the risks and bleakness associated with it.
My Lords, may I thank all noble baroness for their work in this House and for their communities, and warm-heartedly welcome noble Lady Casey to this chamber and look forward to hearing her. My Lords, may I also acknowledge my mother's strength and tenacity, which means that today I, my sister, my daughter and granddaughter stand tall because of her journey and courage and sacrifice. In my contribution today, I wish to highlight the importance of protesting and marches. I have just returned from Bangladesh and wish to pay homage to the women and men who rose to the call of Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman on 7th of March 1971 for a free, independent nation. My mother led walking in the streets of Bangladesh for freedom and justice from the then occupying Pakistani army. Bangladesh today is a thriving nation, fast emerging economy, and UK government is much loved and respected for its earliest recognition of that independence and ongoing support. More than 300,000 is the estimated number of women who were raped and tortured. USA kept silent to that genocide and stood with the occupiers and barbaric genocidal army. To this day, that army has not been brought to justice or made accountable. It pains me to say that US has continued its blinkered support to some nation, and I find it heartbreaking to say that it has continued to show callous disregard for human rights and justice in nations where it provides weapons of wars. As a daughter born of that nation and more than 50 years a Londoner, I have marched many times since, demanding end to war in Iraq, better NH services, and so on and so forth. My Lords, as noble lords have noted, some progress have been made for women throughout the centuries. Today, I'd also like to draw the attention to the House of the first UK Women's Liberation March, commenced on 6th of March 1971, when over 4,000 women participated on the streets demanding the equal and universal rights for women. Today, this has evolved into becoming a 1 million women rise movement demanding freedom to live from fear and violence, rape and torture, sexual and physical abuse, and of course, universal rights to participate in public life. This coming Saturday, this global movement of 1 million women will rise and coalesce alongside hundreds of thousands of men and women of every background, creed, color, faith, or none, will stand in solidarity for all oppressed and occupied and violated women of our world, and in opposition to the killing of women and children in their thousands, calling immediate for a halt to the killing fields of Palestine, where 30,000 women, children and their families murdered, tens of thousands buried under tons of rubble, bombs more horrific than Hiroshima, and with 70,000 more injured, maimed, burnt with phosphorus, starving children, women without water, basic food or medicine, for which we must hold perpetrators to account. Until such time, together with many thousands, hundreds of thousands, I shall march in peace and solidarity, giving voice to those who cannot. And in honor of Palestinian mother, daughter, granddaughter who have been slaughtered, I will walk in the tradition of my country, this country, and shout out and demand that our government must stop its support for the Israeli occupying force and its brutal warfare on the Palestinian people. And PM should rest assured that no marches shall stop until that slaughter stops. My lords, we debate economy, equality, justice, whilst women in Palestine, Sudan, Congo, Nigeria, Eritrea, Syria, Yemen, Iraq, Libya, Afghanistan cannot today comprehend freedom, justice, or economic liberation, whilst we have been the architect of so many global conflicts, and therefore we at home, Europe or USA, cannot contemplate peace and pay gaps and boardroom equity whilst women continue to be murdered, raped, regarded as collateral and dispensable properties of wars. Given what we are witnessing on our screens, millions of women, citizens, no longer accept or believe the arrogance of our government's war objectives are to free and liberate nations and their women of the shackle of inhumanity, injustice, and dictatorship. Whilst we have fallen so short of our moral compass to become oblivious to one dictator that currently slaughtering a whole people, citizens, citing freedom and peace. My lords, we have appeared to have learned nothing from illegal invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan, and sadly become even more emboldened for wars. Once again, we are whispering peace, while despite the mass civilian killing fields of Rafah, West Bank, Khan Yunis, IDF is roaming free at its own will, bombing to smattering hospitals, schools, thousands of women and children, doctors, nurses, and journalists. Women have lost everything they know as homes. My lords, women are holding babies torn to shreds. My lords, what can citizens do but march? I am praying that these marches will yield peace and justice. Palestine has been awakened in the hearts of all citizens throughout the thousands, nations, and ordinary men and women who understand the differences between self-defense and genocidal murder, collective punishment, ethnic cleansing, and war crimes. We are demanding justice and peace. I hope that these marches will continue to oppose the actions of our government that are so complicit with Israel breaking international laws and breaching international norms of wars. My lords, PM standing and declaring war on protesters may provide temporary cover over his conscience. Allying them with extremist behavior will do nothing to dissuade me, my neighbors, my children, or my grandchildren from marching in the tradition of the suffragettes, and for all those who march today for freedom and justice as they have done for hundreds of years. And yes, to call for freedom and justice across all the rivers, of all the seas, of all the continents, until all women, all nations are free and triumphant from occupation, oppression, wars, and genocide.
In the House, it's a wonderful debate, but we have a 6-minute advisory speaking time for a reason, so we can hear the Minister properly later and finish at an appropriate time.
Yeah. My Lords, I'm so pleased to be here celebrating International Women's Day with all my friends and comrades in this House. And I welcome Baroness Casey very much to her maiden speech, whose work I have admired for many, many years and look forward to it so much. I'm delighted that this year's International Women's Day theme centres on investing in women, a topic close to my heart, and gratifying to see the House focus its attention on this crucial subject. We are all aware, my lords, of the benefits associated with investing in women's health, education, economic opportunities. Women's increased economic participation in their ownership and management of productive assets not only accelerate development and also elevate poverty, diminish inequalities and enhance children's well-being. Women typically invest a larger portion of their earnings into their families and communities compared to men. Moreover, my lords, providing girls with even a few years of primary education improves economic prospects, reduces family size, and boosts children's access to education. However, realizing these benefits hinge on robust investment. Women, particularly in developing nations, require access to comprehensive credit, banking and financial services to fully develop their assets. This again was promised at the meeting of finance ministers of the G20. While formal education, empowering girls, ensuring they have equitable access to education opportunities is paramount, especially considering the disproportionate impact of the pandemic on girls' education. Recent reports from reputable institutions, such as the World Bank and the World Economic Forum, underscore the persistent gender inequalities globally, the widening gender pay gap, my lords, in the UK between 2022 and 2023, and the reports that have just recently been published, including this morning, and the projected 131 years to achieve global gender parity according to the Global Gender Gap. My lords, this is alarming in 2023. These statistics signal regression rather than progress in women's rights worldwide. Yet, for women in conflict areas, time is of the essence. Their lives are endangered daily by violence, displacement, poverty, and disease. On this International Women's Day, I pay homage to the remarkable women serving as human rights defenders despite facing repressive regimes and violent actors, my lords, in Afghanistan, where we should have to fight harder for them. As women protesting against the Taliban are being detained, silenced, and subject to abuse. Can you imagine never being able to go out week after week and not let your children out? Similarly, women on both sides of the Israeli-Palestine conflict are advocating for peace amid bloodshed. In Ukraine, women like Olzgana Medvedevich, from frontier soldiers to grassroots, who are trying to expose the Russian aggression, taking notes, going to war-torn areas so people can be prosecuted. Ukraine women on the front line, soldiers to grassroots activists. There's 50,000 women in Ukraine on the front line in one way and another, play a pivotal role in countering Vladimir Putin's aggression. In 3 years since the last military coup in Myanmar, women have intensified their involvement in the pro-democracy movement, challenging the patriarchal structures and advocating for gender equality. In Iran, women continue to face brutal repression for their peaceful dissent, exemplified by the courage of those who protest and the death of Masha Emi. My lords, women worldwide endured double jeopardy for their gender and for their convictions, yet remain undeterred. I urge this House to join me in honouring the resistance and the bravery of women affected by conflict and those fighting against the odds for a more equitable world. Women's economic equality is central to both realising and protecting women's rights. When women work, economies grow. When women in emergency settings are held back, the entire process of peace building and reconstruction is in jeopardy. Women think about health, they think about investment, they think about education. Stable economies are paramount to the transition of a country, what makes breaking from war to peace, and can help to prevent this conflict breaking out in the first place. And there is a number of indexes showing that if those women were taken and listened to, we would stop many wars. The private sector plays, and it does, a crucial sector in bridging the gaps after war and is potentially positioned to accelerate economies, resilience for women and girls. Various companies have created initiatives to better support women at local level, from skills training and how fully utilise their farmed crops to bank account creation and financial courses. My Lords, I also urge that schools shouldn't be used during a time of war for offices, because when people aren't being educated, that's when the economy of a country goes down, and it's impossible to assist in bringing it forward. I've worked with two great organisations, but because of the war, children have not been taught to read or write, so they're not able to employ them as they get older, even in the most basic tasks of hotel trades and others, and then labour comes from outside, and that really damages the economy terribly. I urge the government to encourage greater investment in conflicted affected countries and ask them to promise that no discussions about investment in women or the conflicted countries are held without local women at the table. My Lords, just one other point on the report from the Treasury Select Committee in the House of Commons today, where they had one of their recommendations is that we should not have any NDAs in future. I hope that this government and other governments will look forward to putting legislation as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Hear, hear. My Lords, I thank my noble friend the Minister for introducing this important debate so ably today. And I, like others, would like to welcome Baroness Casey and look forward to her maiden speech. But can I begin by paying tribute to Theresa May, who today has announced that she's stepping down from the Commons. She was our second woman Prime Minister. I think she had a terrible time in office for various reasons that we're all familiar with, but she carried on valiantly. And she has always been a great supporter of women and done a lot for domestic abuse, trafficking, all sorts of issues. And I really salute the contribution she's made to our political world. So the theme this year of this International Women's Day debate on the economic inclusion of women recognises the pivotal role that women play in shaping our economies and societies. Across the globe, women contribute significantly to their economies, from entrepreneurship to labour force participation, from innovation to leadership. Yet, despite their invaluable contributions, women continue to face barriers that hinder their full participation in the economy. Because economic inclusion isn't just a matter of fairness, it's an imperative for sustainable development and prosperity. Because when women are economically empowered, they invest in their families, their communities and future generations. They help their countries move forward, or as Christine Lagarde once said, when women do better, economies do better. However, in some countries, achieving economic inclusion for women requires an enormous cultural shift in attitudes, norms and perceptions. We must challenge those stereotypes, break down gender roles and create environments where women are valued and respected as equals. But it's hard to take your place in today's society without education. We know that investing in girls' education transforms communities and countries. And here in the UK, girls outperform boys from primary school to university. However, as we've already heard, women are too often held back in the workplace once they've had a child, as childcare in the UK is exorbitantly expensive, being twice the average for the OECD, and usually, as we've also always heard, the childcare duties fall to the women. And it is terrible, as Baroness Goody has already alluded to, that there is a country in the world today, Afghanistan, where girls are not allowed to go to secondary school. And I'm sure the Minister will not be surprised if I ask what the government's current assessment of the situation there is in that country. But in many developing countries, girls struggle to get an education, with 129 million girls out of school worldwide, and only 49% of countries having achieved gender parity in primary education. But I'm proud of our government. Through the UK Women and Girls Strategy, the UK has supported 19.8 million children, including over 10 million girls, to gain a decent education since 2015. I have recently returned from a trip with the APPG on population development and reproductive health to Tanzania to look at the UK-supported sexual health and reproductive rights, SHRR, activities. And there we saw for ourselves the importance of women being able to gain access to contraception, especially in a country where the population is spiralling out of control. If women cannot have control over their fertility, it's very hard for them to achieve anything economically. And it's estimated that every dollar spent on contraception would save $3 in the cost of maternal, newborn and abortion care because of reduction of unintended pregnancies. And I hope that the UK government will continue to support Tanzania, and in particular the UNFPA supplies in this regard. And as we've also already heard, it's hard to have economic development, let alone inclusion, if you do not have peace. And as your lordships will know, you cannot achieve sustainable peace agreements in conflict areas unless you include women in these discussions. And so often they are excluded from the peace table. I know that time's short, but I would like to raise one more issue, and that is about water. For more than 70% of households without water supply, it is the women and girls aged 15 or older who are responsible for water collection. Water collection is exhausting apart from anything else. Heavy buckets of water. And investing in water, sanitation and hygiene is critical to reduce women's unpaid care work and can unlock employment and income. It can also improve girls' access to primary and secondary education and improve women's health. We are having this debate at a time when, sadly, women's rights are falling back across the world. There are so many things we need to get right to enable women's economic inclusion: peace, education, access to contraception, access to water and sanitation, financial inclusion and literacy. However, I would like to illuminate a ray of hope. I recently attended a conference in Tunisia of women entrepreneurs and was so impressed to meet women from so many countries who had started their own businesses. So as we reflect on the progress we've made and the work that still lies ahead, let us recommit ourselves to the cause of economic inclusion for women. Because, as Michelle Obama once said, no country can ever truly flourish if it stifles the potential of its women and deprives itself of the contribution of half its citizens.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow Lady Hodgson of Abinger. Her dedication to international women's issues is an inspiration to me, and I'm sure to everyone in this chamber. I'd like to thank the noble Lady Vere for her presentation, very comprehensive, and for initiating this debate. I had thought, when I heard the Right Reverend Primate at the foreign debate earlier this week, when he talked about most Anglicans being women in their 30s in sub-Saharan Africa, having $4 a day, I thought, maybe I'll have a go at the international aspects of women today. And then I thought, Lady Abinger speaking, Lady Northover, possibly Baroness Amos, although she didn't do what was expected today. I thought, no, steer clear, Donaghy, stick to the knitting, do what you know best. So that's what I'm going to do. There's no better way of promoting the economic inclusion of women than ensuring they're safe from harm and supporting them when they're subject to abuse, whether it's violence, economic abuse, or coercive control. And there's a desperate need to increase funding for specialist domestic abuse services, and I'm grateful to my friend and mentor, Baroness Gale, for raising this subject, and I'd like to strongly support what she said. Refugees, as I said at question time on Monday, are having to turn away the majority of referrals as they do not have the long-term resources to cope. And the Home Office Flee Fund, which was created to ensure that all survivors who want to flee their homes have access to the resources they need to do so safely. The welcome announcement in February, as Baroness Gale has already said, of £2 million was spent within a few days. It's a fraction of the actual need, as the Home Office itself accepts that 1 in 4 women experience domestic abuse at some point in their lifetime. And has already been mentioned, the cost of living crisis has a disproportionate impact on women. But imagine the impact on survivors of domestic abuse. It often forces them to stay within an abusive partnership, and 77% of refuge frontline staff reported that the cost of living crisis was increasing barriers to leaving. And there's a reported increase in coerced debt and fraud, and survivors' online accounts and devices are being misused by perpetrators to take out debt in their name without their knowledge or consent. And around 60% of child maintenance service claimants are survivors of domestic abuse. Too often the onus is placed on survivors to chase payment, and some staff have pressurised survivors to put in place direct pay arrangements, which means that perpetrators know their bank details and sometimes their location. The collect and pay system, which is often the safest option for survivors, demands financial charges from both sides, which makes it an expensive option. Is the government satisfied that staff dealing with the 60% survivors of domestic abuse are receiving in-depth ongoing domestic abuse training? Now, many will remember why Clare's Law was made in 2014, and some in the Chamber will have taken an active part in creating that legislation. The official name of the Act was Domestic Violence Disclosure Scheme, and the Act was named after Claire Wood, whose father campaigned for it after her murder by a former partner. Sadly, he died in 2020. Police knew the perpetrator to be dangerous, as he had served 3 prison sentences for violence and harassment of women. And Claire's family were certain that she would not have entered into a relationship had she known about his violent past. The law gives a right to ask and a right to know in certain circumstances. The question is, have things improved since 2014? Only yesterday, Claire's daughter, Maddie, said she feared more people will be killed because of poor handling. And some people who asked for a background check on their partner had been waiting for hundreds of days for an answer when they should have received it within 28 days. The Domestic Abuse Commissioner found the findings of the BBC investigation seriously concerning. There were around 45,000 Clare's Law applications made in England and Wales in 2022-23, a rise of 300% in 5 years. In addition to the delays, thousands of applications were declined. Now, that might be because there's no information to disclose, but can the Minister say why information that was released dropped from 48% in 2018 to 19 to 38% in 2022-23? And is the government satisfied that there is sufficient awareness of Clare's Law? One woman on the news yesterday who was in a refuge after suffering domestic violence said she did not know about this. What conversations is the government having with police forces to improve the position? Wiltshire Police has accepted a catastrophic service failure after reviewing its performance of assessing claims under Clare's Law. Finally, my Lords, I look forward to the maiden speech of Baroness Casey and the reply from the Minister, although I'm content with an answer in a letter rather than the detail that I've asked her. Thank you.
I think, my noble lords, I need to draw attention to the interest set out in the register that I run a women's rights charity. I'm really pleased to be speaking in my first International Women's Day debate since becoming a peer, and how beautifully noble Lady Casey has timed her maiden speech to fall on International Women's Day. So congratulations on your forthcoming speech. I look forward to not just hearing what you have to say today, but the contributions that will be made in the future, and look forward to working with her on many, many issues. My Lords, my contribution will be on the economic inclusion of minority ethnic women, particularly focusing on pensions and financial literacy. Since the auto-enrolment policy started over a decade ago, it has benefited many women, with more women contributing to their pensions, so the scheme has been a success. However, minority ethnic women will face pension poverty in the future. There is a high proportion of Black and Asian women, particularly Pakistani and Bangladeshi women, who have not saved for their pension. There are a number of factors that contribute to this pension gap. These women have higher unemployment rates. When they are in work, they are more likely to be in lower paid and part-time jobs and do not meet the threshold for auto-enrolment. I know that arguments have been put forward to lowering the threshold of auto-enrolment, and I understand that government has looked at that, and it is not yet going to decrease that threshold, and I agree with that, given the cost of living crisis. Because even when the threshold is met, women are choosing to opt out. Because when they face hardship, every pound counts when they can't meet the daily basic needs and can't afford to eat and can't afford to feed their families, as passionately highlighted by Noble Lady Boycott, that women are skipping meals. However, there are also women who are in work and can afford to make the contributions, but still end up opting out of the auto-enrolment scheme. And there are many factors contributing to this. They may lack knowledge about pensions, and employers are unlikely to raise awareness because they have to actually contribute to the pension pot. Women may lack knowledge that employers have to actually contribute, so they don't realise that they are missing out on this free money that goes into their pension pot. Women may not understand that they would be able to pay slightly less tax. There may be lack of trust. They may feel that employers may not put money into the pension scheme. Women may not realise that they can opt in even if they don't meet the threshold. This is particularly applicable to young women who may be living at home with their parents. Women may just be putting off thinking about pensions until later and not fully understand the impact of their decisions. Some Muslim women may not contribute because they do not think that the pension fund investments align with their faith, and they may not be aware that there are reputable Sharia-compliant pension funds that do exist. Minority ethnic women often lack the right advice. Education on pensions is especially important to women who've been out of work for a long time and returning after a long career break. They are even less aware about some of the points that I am raising today. Some women may be coming back to work after 15 or 20 years. It's not just about pensions. Minority ethnic women need to be empowered with financial literacy, financial education, and about their financial rights. For example, there will also be many Muslim women who are not in legally registered marriages. For example, those who have had their religious marriage in the UK but not accompanied by a civil marriage in the UK, which means that they will not be able to benefit from their spouse's pension should the spouse pass away first. It is not just pensions. Women in such marriages lose out on other financial benefits, such as inheritance rights, and also financial arrangements during a divorce. Financial literacy could also have a positive impact on reducing religious-only marriages, which are not legally recognised in this country. It may encourage more women to be more assertive about having a legally registered marriage. 25% of Muslim women are likely to be in religious-only marriages, according to research by the Muslim Women's Network UK. It is clear, my lords, that improving financial knowledge is key to promoting women's economic empowerment, and the government can play a crucial role in this. I would like to understand what steps the government will take to close the ethnicity pensions gap and improve overall financial literacy for adult women, and what specific measures will be taken to ensure minority ethnic women are reached with the information that they really need.
My Lords, I too join colleagues in welcoming the esteemed Baroness Casey, and I greatly look forward to her maiden speech.
My Lords, women are too often the unsung heroines in their contribution to farming and to agriculture, but their profound impact goes beyond mere cultivation. It extends to shaping communities, fostering sustainable practices, and contributing significantly to the rural economy. During World War II, when many men were away fighting, women in the Women's Land Army played a crucial role in maintaining food production and addressing the labour shortage in agriculture. Land girls took on a wide range of responsibilities, including ploughing fields, planting and harvesting crops, and tending to livestock. They worked in often challenging conditions, but they contributed significantly to the nation's food supply and supported the war economy. Today, women constitute an increasing and significant portion of the agricultural workforce, playing pivotal roles across the value chain. And here, I would like to pay tribute to Minette Batters, who, when she was elected NFU President in 2018, she became the first woman to hold the position in the organisation's 100-year-plus history. Minette has been an influential figure in agriculture, championing and advocating for the interests of farmers and addressing the numerous challenges faced by our farming communities. My Lords, whilst I was working on the Rock Review looking at the future of agricultural tenancies, I travelled the length and breadth of England talking to a wide variety of stakeholders, from tenant farmers to landowners, from land agents to professional agricultural organisations. And I was struck by how women are the backbone of our rural communities. We don't just have farmers, we have farming families. Everyone in the family mucks in. And women are no longer limited to those traditional roles. Increasingly, we are seeing women engage in agribusinesses, driving innovation in farming practices, and involved in all-important farming mental health charities, such as the FCN and Yellow Wellies. But, and it saddens me to say this, I also saw the negative side when working on the Rock Review. Not really from farmers themselves, but really more from some professional organisations. There was a nasty campaign to undermine me, to say I didn't have experience, I didn't have knowledge, and that I, a tenant farmer, did not know anything about agricultural tenancies. I am not sure that would have happened if I had been a man. Agriculture is often considered a male-dominated industry, but the importance of women in agriculture and rural economies cannot be overstated. Their contributions span from the fields to the markets, shaping the very foundation of food security and economic development. And that economic impact of women extends beyond the farm gate. Rural economies heavily depend on the contributions of women who engage in wide-ranging agricultural activities. The income earned by these women in rural areas is frequently reinvested in their families and in their communities, fostering a ripple effect of economic development and leading to increased prosperity in rural areas. Education and training are also key components in enhancing the role of women in agriculture. Investing in education equips us with the skills and knowledge needed to adopt modern farming practices and to use climate-smart agricultural technology, contributing to better environmental outcomes. And creating supportive networks for knowledge exchange among women in agriculture can also be instrumental. Mentorship programmes, forums, cooperative networks, these can all help women share experiences, learn from each other, and collectively address challenges they face in the sector. So I'm delighted that Farmers Weekly have launched a new campaign, Level the Field, to bring about real change that will make agriculture more equitable and more inviting for women. The campaign looks at how to build a resilient and gender-diverse business, how to recruit and retain talent, and how innovation will increase productivity. All these can be enhanced by gender equality. Indeed, studies consistently show that when women are given equal opportunities in agriculture, there is a substantial increase in productivity and economic growth. So closing the gender gap can lead to a more efficient and sustainable agricultural system. My Lords, UK agriculture is facing its biggest upheaval since those land girls worked on farms in the Second World War. Running a viable and profitable business is a struggle for many farmers who are losing direct payment supports, have high input costs and considerable labour shortages, particularly in dairy and horticulture. Because of these challenges, does the Minister agree that we need to attract more women to farming careers and make it a more inclusive environment? In conclusion, my Lords, let us sow the seeds of change and cultivate a future where the contributions of women in farming are celebrated and valued. Addressing gender disparity in agriculture is not just a matter of social justice to build resilient, sustainable and prosperous rural communities. It is also a smart economic move.
My Lords, I thank the noble Baroness Baron for securing this important debate on International Women's Day, and I also look forward to the maiden speech of Baroness Casey of Blackstock. It is my belief, my Lords, that the Kingdom of God is a place of radical inclusion in which all are welcome and all should flourish. I speak as the duty bishop today, but I'm mindful of the determined advocates on this bench. These include the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Gloucester, who is attending the 68th session of the Commission on the Status of Women at the United Nations headquarters in New York. I wish my Lords to make 3 points. Disparities, as we have already heard, are both global and very particular. According to Oxfam in 2020, the 22 richest men in the world have more wealth combined than all the women in Africa. In terms of the prevalence of global poverty, there is little difference, my Lord, between male and female children, but by their late teens, the bias against young women is marked, and the gap peaks between the ages of 25 and 34. So firstly, my Lords, the restoration of the UK's ambition to spend 0.7% of its gross national income on overseas aid is something that this bench will continue to call for as an important means to address poverty and the imbalance affecting women and girls. The drop to 0.5% is exacerbated by the fact that domestic spending on refugees is allowed out of the aid budget, whereas this was 3.2% of aid spending in 2016. By 2022, it was 29% of a budget otherwise intended for overseas aid. My Lord, since the Church is an international entity, my office as a bishop often takes me abroad. In the case of Zimbabwe, with which I am familiar, women are disproportionately likely to be engaged in what is generally known as the informal economy. Their activities in small and micro enterprises, my Lords, is hampered, according to the International Labour Organization, by the lack of access to or the sudden withdrawal of credit. It is further curtailed, my Lords, by the scourge of corruption. It is difficult for such enterprises to survive, let alone grow. Aid programmes then need to recognise the level at which such enterprises operate. Second, I wish to bring to your Lordship's attention the report of the Archbishop's Commission on Reimagining Care, which identified the challenges experienced by unpaid carers. Other noble lords have already talked of the caring issue. Research carried out last year by the Trades Union Congress found that women are 7 times more likely to be out of work than men, owing to caring commitments. Around 1.46 million women compared to around 230,000 men. In addition, Carers UK finds that 59% of people caring for someone with a disability are women. This is why, my Lords, it is so important to deliver on the Commission's proposal of a new deal for carers, which would include the opportunity for restorative breaks, increased financial support, and more proactive advice. Thirdly, my Lords, I welcome the fact that the Women and Equalities Committee in the other place is conducting an inquiry into the impact of the rising cost of living on women. One of the points that has been raised during oral evidence is the impact that the pandemic and cost of living crisis has had through the loss of jobs in the food, retail and hospitality sectors, sectors which disproportionately employ women. My Lords, the reduction in national insurance contributions announced in the budget is welcome, as is reform to child benefit. But, my Lords, we do not have in our political life a programme that will adequately tackle the challenge affecting millions of people struggling to make ends meet, let alone a vision for a full life. A wider programme for a balanced economy of secure, well-paid jobs with proper regulated provisions for sick pay, leave and severance will benefit women. And as the International Monetary Fund has stated, my Lords, gender equality in turn boosts economic growth and stability. I welcome this debate, my Lords, and I hope it informs both the government's and the opposition's thinking.
My Lords, before I move on to the substantive part of my speech, I just want to touch on the impact of women and war, of which we have seen too many examples in the last 12 months in Ukraine, Gaza and Israel. We have seen graphic examples of the use of sexual violence as a weapon of war in Israel on October 7th, the horror faced by mothers in the war in Gaza, and the fear faced by yet more mothers and women terrified about the fate of the hostages taken by Hamas and the children stolen by Putin. As always, it is the women desperately seeking to protect and hold their families together in the face of horror. May I remind your Lordship's House of my register of interests and specifically my role as the Chief Executive of Index on Censorship, a charity which works with political dissidents. My Lord, I know that this debate is specifically about the role of women in the economy, and we have heard some extraordinary speeches. But economic equality and freedom is only available to those whose voices can be heard, to those who remain with us. So I beg your indulgence, but today I would like to remind your Lordship's House of the women who have paid the ultimate price in the last 12 months, because they dared to speak truth to power, because they have dared to challenge the status quo, because they have dared to fight for their communities using the only tool at their disposal, their voices. Last year I read the names of 32 women who did extraordinary things in life which led to their deaths. Today I will build on those names and say the names of those who have devastatingly joined their ranks. These women are no longer with us, but we have a responsibility to say their names, to remember them and to be inspired by them. Halima Idris Salim, a Sudanese journalist who was run down while covering the conflict by the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces. Mossamat Sahara, a photographer for the daily Azur Jajat in Bangladesh, was killed while documenting a smuggling operation. Fareh Omer, a Lebanese correspondent, was killed in a rocket strike in southern Lebanon near the Israeli border while reporting on hostilities in the region. Vivian Silva, a Canadian peace activist who founded Women Wage Peace, was killed by Hamas on October 7th. Angela Leon, a Mexican activist leading a group of volunteers searching for some of Mexico's over 100,000 missing people, shot dead for conducting her own investigations. Olga Nasarenko, a Russian anti-war activist, died in unexplained circumstances. Maria Bernadette Pacifico, a 72-year-old black community activist in Brazil, was murdered by gunmen in her home after receiving threats. Almita Garavand, a 16-year-old Iranian girl who was reportedly assaulted by morality police for not wearing her hijab, just as Marsha Amini. Tinashe Chinsunga, an opposition activist in Zimbabwe, stoned to death by ZANU-PF activists. Samantha Gomez Fonseca, a Mexican transgender politician, slain days before she was due to lead a demo demanding security for trans people in Mexico. Rose Magorori, an opposition activist in Uganda, brutally murdered. Heba Suhab Haj Arif, a Syrian women's rights activist, murdered 2 weeks after receiving death threats. Ludovia Galandes, a social leader and human rights defender, shot dead by a group of unidentified armed men at her home in Colombia. Bahaja Abdallah, a Sudanese human rights defender, was shot and killed at a funeral in South Darfur. Teresa Manguela, a Mexican human rights defender, was shot dead by a group of unidentified men. My lords, this heartbreaking list is not exhaustive. In authoritarian regimes, every day women are harassed, detained and murdered because they dare to speak out. We do not know all of their names, so we cannot state them for the record today. But we can take a second to remember them. Remember the mothers, grandmothers, daughters, nieces, granddaughters, sisters, aunts, friends, partners and wives who decided not to be silenced, who tried to fight back. The theme of this year's International Women's Day is Inspire Inclusion. Let us be inspired by these brave women and include them in our prayers. May their memory be a blessing.
Yeah. My Lords, it's a privilege to follow Baroness Anderson, and I fully associate myself with her comments on the horrors inflicted on women by Hamas and the suffering of women in Gaza and in conflicts around the world. My Lords, I also declare my interest as Chief Executive of United Against Malnutrition and Hunger and trustee of the Royal African Society. I'm reluctant to add to the pressure of expectations on the noble Baroness Lady Casey, but I can't help the fact that I too am looking forward to her speech. Her contribution to public policy improvements has been extraordinary. It's a privilege to take part in this debate, which marks the 123rd International Women's Day, I believe. It's a particularly poignant day for me, as it was on International Women's Day 6 years ago that my mother died from pancreatic cancer. Many of your Lordship's House may know Jenny Joseph's poem, "When I'm an old woman, I will wear purple." My mother embodied the spirit and fun of that poem, and though she was a conservative dresser for most of her life, in her 80th year she added a purple streak to her hair and took to wearing purple outfits. However, her purple phase was not in fact a homage to the poem, but because as president of the Richmond-upon-Thames branch of Rotary International, she was a passionate advocate of their campaign for the eradication of polio worldwide, symbolised by a purple ribbon. The unlikely streak of purple in her hair was designed to lure people into a conversation in which she could then advocate forcefully for them to support polio eradication. Possibly the purple streak was also designed to provoke eye-rolling bemusement from my father, which my mum naturally delighted in. My mother was, as so many mothers are, an inspiration and an anchor all of my life. But her contribution went far beyond her family, although she did the bulk of the caring there. A school teacher, an inveterate organiser and charity fundraiser. My Lords, 123 years after the first International Women's Day was celebrated in 1911, while there's been much progress towards greater economic inclusion of women, there is still a long way to go, both at home and abroad. In many parts of the world, women continue to face overt persecution and exclusion from the economy, from education and from wide aspects of society. Discrimination in access to health services and basic resources such as food remain commonplace, and the burden of disease falls most heavily on women in many countries. As the APPG for Malaria and Neglected Tropical Diseases has noted, women and girls are disproportionately affected by malaria and NTDs due to social, economic, biological and cultural factors. These affect women and girls both as patients and caregivers, disrupting their health and keeping them out of school and work, exacerbating existing gender inequalities. Girls are often more likely to be taken out of school to take care of children and family members. Lack of access to clean water and sanitation increases exposure and risks of developing NTDs for women who bear responsibility for water collection, home and family care. Limited financial resources, time constraints, diminished autonomy and stigma and discrimination create barriers that prevent women from accessing timely healthcare, education and employment opportunities. Through close contact with children, women are 2 to 4 times more likely to develop trachoma and are blinded up to 4 times more often than men. Since women and girls perform 2/3 of water collection globally, they have a higher risk of developing schistosomiasis in endemic areas, an NTD caused by freshwater parasitic worms. Certain NTDs, such as schistosomiasis and soil-transmitted helminths, can directly affect women's reproductive health and increase the risk of adverse outcomes during pregnancy, including anemia, premature birth, increased blood loss during childbirth, infertility, and significantly higher risk of HIV. 1 in every 3 pregnant women in sub-Saharan Africa is infected with hookworm, which in some settings is responsible for 54% of anemia cases during pregnancy. And anemia accounts for at least 20% of maternal deaths. The economic impacts of NTDs are devastating, constraining productivity and prosperity in so many countries. A recent study by Deloitte showed that if Nigeria met its NTD elimination targets by 2030, it could add $19 billion to its economy. And modelling from the Economist Intelligence Unit showed that by eliminating 2 NTDs, soil-transmitted helminths and schistosomiasis, Ethiopia, Kenya, Rwanda and Zimbabwe would collectively gain over $5.1 billion to their GDPs by 2040. And it's not just disease that holds back women's economic inclusion. There's a huge gender gap in access to food. Some years ago, when I was working on a project in Sudan, we heard repeatedly from women demanding a new dispensation which would end the reality that women and girls have frequently ate last and least. And that was before the horrific civil war which has plunged so many further into misery and starvation. As my noble friend Baroness Northover said in her excellent speech, we have to return to the previous cross-party commitment of spending 0.7% of GNI on international aid, and we should ensure that we spend the aid budget to maximum effect by investing in the foundation stones of women's economic inclusion, access to good quality education, access to nutrition needed to develop healthy and productive lives, and access to health services that can treat and prevent disease.
Yeah. My Lords, it seems strange on International Women's Day to begin any speech by saying my Lords. So can I say, colleagues, I'm very pleased to take part in this debate and to make a short contribution. And like every other member, I wish Baroness Casey well in her maiden speech. That may not help her, but we all wish her well. And can I say to Baroness Northover and her daughter and her granddaughter that I remember standing up here and speaking a mere few hours after I became a grandparent for the first time. And I found myself instantly realising I had a personal stake in the 22nd century. Now, the motion we're debating today refers to steps taken to promote the economic inclusion of women, and I want to talk today about women and science. Why? Because studying science opens the way to an enormously wide range of opportunities in life, both personally and professionally, and science is as relevant and important a gateway to economic inclusion as any other. So to get straight to the point, I want to talk about the scientific inclusion of women. Perhaps I should say that in the Register of Interests, I'm the President of the Parliamentary and Scientific Committee, which is Parliament's oldest all-party group. Now, in preparing for this debate, I want to thank the many scientific organisations that have contacted me to provide material and points that they would like made on their behalf. And frankly, my Lords, I've been inundated, and I'm grateful to them all. But for the sake of their right to be recorded in Hansard, I'd like to thank the Royal Society, the Institute of Mathematics and its applications, the Royal Society of Biology, the Institute of Physics, the Royal Astronomical Society, the Royal Society of Chemistry, the Anatomical Society, the Nutrition Society, the University of Reading, and the Campaign for Science and Engineering, and of course I'd like to thank the Library for its briefing for today's debate. Now, the House should know that all these societies are strong advocates for the inclusion of women, as well as for equality and diversity in science, and they've all provided far more statistics than I could use, but they're all engaged in a variety of initiatives designed to promote women. The Royal Society, of course, highlighted that Just over a quarter of the STEM workforce are women, and yet women as a whole comprise, I think, 52% of the workforce, so there's a long way still to go. On the other hand, to be a bit more optimistic, there are signs of some change for the better. The Physiological Society brought to my attention the fact that 3 of the most eminent scientists in their field are women, one of whom is indeed a member of this House. The Nutrition Society provided me with a long list of success stories featuring women who've won major awards. And the Institute of Mathematics and its applications pointed out to me that female mathematicians now occupy some of the most important and distinguished places in public life. The government's chief scientific advisor, the director of GCHQ, the chair of the Council for the Mathematical Sciences, the president of the Institute for Maths and its Applications, and the heads of the Isaac Newton Institute and Heilbronn Institute for Mathematical Research. And the thing I want to emphasize is the fact that these are the first ever women to hold these roles. Now, unsurprisingly, there are still areas where progress needs to be made, and the well-documented leaky pipeline is, my lords, as leaky as it was when we held this debate last year. In the chemical sciences and in physics, the retention and development of women into senior roles remains poor. The higher up the career ladder, the fewer the proportion of women. We must do more to encourage women taking career breaks to keep in touch with their science and to make it easier for them to return as soon as they want to, and not to positions clearly less senior than the ones they occupied before taking, for example, a maternity break. The Royal Society of Biology, I highlighted a, quote, insufficient support for those with caring responsibilities. The Royal Society agrees. The Anatomical Society agrees. The Royal Society of Chemistry agrees. Frankly, everybody agrees. So if there's one major theme which I've found repeated in the many briefings that I have received, it's the question of how effectively to enhance and support women in mid-career. And this also involves the problem of short-term contracts, short-term funding, because, of course, those with caring responsibilities are predominantly women. On Monday this week, we held the STEM for Britain annual event, which brings early career scientists to the House and to meet their constituency members of Parliament and exhibit their work. It's highly competitive. And the most brilliant young people came here. And as I handed out the prizes, I couldn't help but think to myself that among the women who are getting the prizes, they are going to face hurdles in their career that the men don't face. So when the Minister winds up, I do hope she will acknowledge the crucial importance of this issue. Now, it's also a well-known fact that female scientists frequently fail to get the proper credit for their research. Nature found that 13% less women were likely to be named as authors on a scientific paper to which they had contributed. And when Watson and Crick discovered the Nobel Prize, Rosalind Franklin, whose work made it all possible, wasn't even mentioned. It was the men that got the Nobel Prize. And yet, my lords, if DNA isn't the symbolic a symbol of the 21st century, I don't know what is. Now, my time is running out, so I would just like to say that role models are also terribly important. The Institute of Physics referred to outdated stereotypes. And thank heavens we've got some women who can really inspire. Anyone who's seen Madeline Pocock, who presents The Sky at Night, will know how inspirational she is. And as the Oscars are coming up on Sunday, there's a Barbie doll named after her. And her dress features the sky and a telescope. Now, my time is up, so I'll just conclude by saying it's really straightforward. Scientific inclusion is a vital ingredient of economic inclusion, and our country and our economy cannot afford to waste the talents of half our population. Women and girls need science, science needs access to the fullest range of talent, and economic inclusion demands no less.
Yeah. Very good, Steve. Very good.
A pleasure to follow my noble friend, the Viscount Stansgate. And how wonderful to have a full day's debate marking International Women's Day. I pay tribute to all those who made that possible, and especially my noble sister, Baroness Gale. As the first woman General Secretary of the Welsh Labour Party, she is a legend in that beautiful land of male voice choirs and anthems for peace. I also look forward to the maiden of Baroness Casey of Blackstock, and of her, no doubt, many more outstanding contributions to your Lordship's House to come in the years ahead. My Lords, a story in yesterday's Guardian newspaper begins as follows. A document from Prevent The official scheme to stop radicalisation includes believing in socialism, communism, anti-fascism and anti-abortion in a list of potential signs of ideologies leading to terrorism. What on earth is the government thinking? I'm no communist and I am pro-choice. I'm the product of my own personal post-war human rights journey. But the idea that those I disagree with are inherently dangerous is as ridiculous as it would be for me not to acknowledge the significant contribution of British Conservatives to international human rights building in the second half of the last century. The next woman I want to pay tribute to is Clara Zetkin, a political refugee from Bismarck's Germany in the late 1800s. She later returned to become an organiser, a dear friend of Rosa Luxemburg, and the driving force behind International Women's Day. Later still, as the oldest deputy in the Reichstag in 1932, and at considerable personal risk, she presided over the opening session, using her address to call for working people to unite against fascism. Sadly, we still need acts of such courage in too much of the world today. I'm all for the many corporate events now associated with International Women's Day, but let's never forget its roots in working women's struggles for suffrage, including when some of their wealthier sisters were happy limiting the franchise to propertied women, and for equal pay in particular. To the motion before us, in taking note of the steps taken to promote the economic inclusion of women, we should take no prisoners in identifying the steps not yet taken and the iniquities yet to be addressed. So long after the first Equal Pay Act in the United Kingdom, our gender pay gap is still embarrassingly high. My Lords, and forgive me having bored you with this on previous occasions, including in this debate last year, equal pay law contains a fatal flaw. With no enforcement mechanism other than relying on individual women, with or without the help of their trades unions, to investigate what their male colleagues are being paid for the same or equivalent work, and then to sue their employers. We would never take this approach to food, school, or environmental standards, or any other regulatory framework that we even attempt to take seriously in our complex modern world. We must have not just more pay transparency, but state enforcement mechanisms involving our trades unions. AI presents many challenges to our rights and freedoms, but an obvious opportunity lies in the relative ease with which this technology might be deployed to analyse payroll and other financial information already in the hands of, for example, HMRC, to allow spot checking and targeted investigations of companies' equal pay practice, whatever they claim on their websites and parrot once a year on March the 8th. I'm delighted to say that as of last summer's National Policy Forum document, this appears to be embryonic Labour policy. Thanks to the advocacy of young women senior trades unionists like Ria Wolfson of the GMB, putting these issues on the agenda, transforming the face of our trades unions, better to reflect our rapidly changing world of work. She's the final woman to whom I pay tribute today. Rogue employers beware. These contemporary feminist trade unionists are on the case. Yes, we want more women at the top tables of power in board and cabinet rooms, but we must also take care of the women who serve at those tables and build them, who care for the children and the elderly right across the supply chain. And in the economic resettlements that must come as a result of climate change and technological revolution, there must be no gender gap at all. Can the noble lady, the Minister, agree? Or is this considered so radical as to be branded extreme by the thought police of the Home Office and the ironically titled Department for Levelling Up?
Well done.
And your selfie.
My Lords, it is a great pleasure to be part of this International Women's Day debate today, and I too wish the noble lady, Baroness Casey, well for her maiden speech, which I know will be the first of many significant contributions to your Lordship's House. My Lords, I draw attention to my interest in the Register. I am proud to be an ambassador for SmartWorks, a charity supporting unemployed women into work through one-to-one coaching and dressing services. Its purpose is rooted in the reality that our chances of success are affected by how confident we feel and how we present ourselves. After finding myself unemployed, I also found the privilege in volunteering for SmartWorks, working with our clients to find the right outfit that would let them look in the mirror and say and believe, yes, I can do this. Every story that came to us was personal. Every job that was bravely gone for was different. I supported women who'd been in prison, who'd been trafficked, who hadn't worked for years whilst caring for others, who'd been struck by ill health, relationship breakups, financial ruin, who couldn't look at themselves in the mirror, who didn't have the know-how or confidence in the right thing to wear, even if they could have afforded it. In other words, just women living in today's world. My Lords, earlier this year, I had the pleasure of hosting the launch of the SmartWorks Unemployment Index in the House of Lords. Through this evidence-based report, stories, experiences and aspirations are expressed about what it means to be an unemployed woman in today's UK and seeking work, and why it matters so much to have a job. In the last 10 years alone, SmartWorks has helped over 35,000 women. Nearly 7 in 10 get a job within a month of their visit. This is a remarkable testimony, and I pay tribute to the skill of the volunteers, the trustees and staff, as well as to the referral agencies. And also, I want to acknowledge the generosity of many companies who provide top-class clothing that is provided free for clients to keep. And I thank the individuals who also make donations, including many a baroness in your Lordship's House who has kindly donated workwear. However, there is little joy to be found in the report. It confirms that the circumstances in which women seek work have deteriorated in an economy with record levels of inactivity, low growth and low productivity. The report gives a voice to over 3,700 women of all ages, ethnicities and communities. And what they say is not easy to hear. They find it harder to secure work, despite applying for more jobs and attending more interviews. They speak about the pressure of the cost of living crisis and the desperation it creates. They reveal that they have had to apply for lower skilled and lower paid jobs for which they are overqualified simply because they have to make ends meet. And here are the harsh facts about the last year on which I would welcome the view of the Minister. Women applied for an average of 33 jobs compared to 28 in the previous year, with more than 1 in 5 applying for over 50 jobs. And despite their efforts, they only had the chance to attend 3 interviews on average, rarely receiving any feedback on why their applications were unsuccessful. That, my Lords, is just plain rude. And furthermore, we hear that 70% of women have had to apply for lower paid and lower skilled work, which is up from 62% in 2022, whilst well over half reported feeling less confident, having gone through the application process, which had worn down their confidence. But the one thing that hasn't changed is just how important it is to have a job. Women want to work because it is part of who they are, because it unlocks opportunities, not just for them, but also for their loved ones, and because it gives them a sense of purpose. And I'm sure that we can all identify with that. My Lords, women cannot be kept waiting for change, so I want to put to the Minister some immediate proposals on which the Government can work with employers, to which I hope to get a positive response today. Women need clear job descriptions with salary, location and options for flexibility listed up front. They need reimbursement of costs associated with applications for jobs. And regardless of salary and the qualifications expected, all roles should be advertised where unemployed people will see them. And to one of the points I emphasised in my words earlier, unsuccessful job applicants should be receiving useful and objective feedback. My Lords, women are one of the greatest assets that we have in our economy. It is time to act on that.
Yeah. Well done. My Lords, may I join the common refrain today in welcoming Baroness Casey? We very much look forward to hearing your maiden speech, but also, as has been mentioned, the many contributions that are yet to come in the future. My Lords, International Women's Day, as has been mentioned, offers us an opportunity to take stock of our achievements toward the economic inclusion of women and to highlight where more work needs to be done towards greater equality. This debate has been shaped around the economic disparities that persist between men and women globally, with women generally facing lower pay, higher levels of informal employment, and more unpaid care work than men, as has been repeated multiple times today. I would like to spend some time talking to you today about signs that there are actually improvements occurring that are quite meaningful and ought to be stressed. In fact, I believe it would be a missed opportunity if I did not highlight several important gains in women's participation in the economy in recent times. In doing so, I will focus on progress in areas of corporate leadership, and while it is arguably a narrow purview, it reflects my own experience in economics and finance and on the boards of a number of global corporations. Specifically, I would like to offer 3 data points that demonstrate clear improvements in women's economic inclusion. First, in terms of corporate boards, according to Cranfield University, female directorships in the FTSE 100 have risen from 5.8% in 2000 to nearly 40% in 2022. Second, as of just a few weeks ago, February 2024, 10% of FTSE 100 companies have female chief executives. This is still low, but the number is double the 5% level of a decade ago. We see a similar trajectory in the United States, where in 2023, 10.4% of Fortune 500 companies had women CEOs. A quarter of these 52 leaders became CEOs in the prior year, obviously suggesting that there is momentum. A third area of positive momentum for economic inclusion is that women are now showing up more and more as entrepreneurs. In 2022, the Rose Review revealed that women in the United Kingdom established over 150,000 new companies, more than twice as many as in 2018. Even more encouraging is that a growing proportion of these startups, approximately 17,500, were founded by young women aged 16 to 25 years old. In 2022, 1 in 5 of UK businesses were all female-led, compared to 1 in 6 in 2018. Notwithstanding these positive trends, more effort, particularly targeting a broader base of women, is urgently needed. And clearly, this is a message that has become clear in the debate that we have had so far. After all, scrutinizing the most senior positions does not offer a true representation of women across the economy. And indeed, when we look over women's inclusion across the broader economy, it is easy to identify specific areas where progress is much more needed. My Lords, notably, returning to the framework of this debate, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals report in 2023 noted two things. First, that women spend about 3 times as many hours in unpaid domestic and care work as men, and that on average, women in the labor market still earn 23% less than men globally. In the United Kingdom specifically, the gender gap, which has been mentioned a number of times already, is at 14% as of April 2023. The Office of National Statistics has stated that the median weekly earnings, also this has been mentioned previously by my fellow peers, for men, median weekly earnings were at £666, and for women, £491. My Lords, last year's report by the Financial Inclusion Commission, and pardon me, I was not yet elevated to the Lords, I was not able to participate last year. But last year's report by the Financial Inclusion Commission stated that there are 11 million women who are denied access to mainstream financial products, and that women also pay higher interest rates on credit cards, an extra 0.8%, and are less likely to be pre-approved for credit than men. My Lords, it is here that public policy can and should make a real difference. Meaningfully addressing economic inclusion, it matters importantly because it will reverberate into improved health equalities, educational attainment, and ultimately to social mobility. And as has been stated on a number of occasions, this is absolutely foundational if we are to hope for human progress and economic growth.
My Lords, or on this day of all days, I'm going to say sisters. And I'm also really looking forward to Baroness Casey's maiden speech, and I hope that doesn't hold back. I want to take the few minutes I have to mark the 40th anniversary of the 1984 miners' strike, and to pay tribute to women against pit closures, and maybe to draw some lessons for the future. I declare an interest. I am the former General Secretary of the TUC, and I am the sister of a former striking miner. My sister-in-law, a new mother at the time, was one of the tens of thousands of women who showed great resilience in the face of real hardship. Needless to say, I'm very proud of both my brother and her. The miners' strike had a big impact on my generation. Women against pit closures, including Betty Heathfield, Anne Harper, Anne Lilburn, Sian James, showed us that, vital though that work was, women's contribution was about much more than running soup kitchens. Working class women were leaders too, and they forged new alliances, including with LGBT+ and anti-racist campaigns, and won support from artists from George Michael to the Pogues. Since the strike, women have also been critical to many truth and justice campaigns, not least the campaign for about what really happened at Orgreave. It's shameful that there's been no public inquiry into the brutal police operation there and into who ultimately gave the orders. The time-honoured principle of equality before the law must be upheld, but it is a mirage if access to the law is denied or if ordinary people are priced out of justice. That goes for employment tribunal fees too. The last time employment tribunal fees were introduced, the number of claims plummeted by 78%. Claims on race discrimination and LGBT plus discrimination were down by 60%. Equal pay and sex discrimination cases dropped by over 80%. Will the Noble Lord the Minister agree that employment tribunal fees are bad for women, bad for workplace justice?
Absolutely.
Looking ahead, the British economy faces big challenges that will impact on women's employment, including the drive to cut carbon and the rapid spread of AI. Now, my own view is that AI has the potential to be a liberating force, offering more satisfying work and higher living standards, but only if change is regulated, negotiated, and managed, and if the benefits are shared fairly. The risk of disruption and job loss is significant. According to ONS, 7 in 10 of the jobs most at risk to AI are held by women. Now, this week, the Coalfields Regeneration Trust published a report that shows that the wounds of the government's pit closure programmes still run deep. Ex-mining areas have fewer jobs compared to the rest of the UK, and those jobs they have are lower paid and more likely to be 0 hours. This time, it must be different. We urgently need a new practical industrial strategy, investment and a social plan to support firms, livelihoods and communities through change. The goal must be a just transition to a greener and higher productivity economy with good jobs and skills for men and women at its heart. Finally, the trade union movement today, compared to when I was a young rep, has been transformed. Membership is now 50-50, men and women. Britain's biggest unions are now led by women. The majority of those who took strike action over the last couple of years and who led negotiations for a fair resolution were women. Now, that boost to women's representation doesn't mean that the trade union movement, sadly, is now a feminist paradise, any more than the boardroom is, or indeed Parliament. But sharing representation and power more equally does mean that bad behaviours like sexism and sexual harassment are more likely to be exposed and tackled. Women and men, black and white, young and old, share a common interest. We all want an economy which delivers secure jobs that pay enough to raise a family, enough time to spend with loved ones, freedom from all forms of discrimination. And just as women against pit closures fought for, the right for women alongside men to have a strong voice, a strong union voice at work and in society.
Well done.
My lords and sisters, there's been some absolutely brilliant speeches today, and after the first 4 speeches, Baroness Vere and her optimism, and Baroness Gale with cold hard facts, and Baroness Northover with her calm, concise clarity, and Lady Boycott with her passion and sincerity, I ran back to my office to rewrite my own speech because I thought I can't compete with any of those speeches. And then when I got to my office and I started casting around to find some things I wanted to say, I suddenly thought I don't have to compete. All I have to do is support what I've heard and collaborate and be part of a debate that is incredibly important in today's world, because it's about a century since women got the vote. In 1918 for women with property, in 1928 for all women. But it's still an unequal society, and women are still being left behind. And the statistics speak for themselves. Women still don't have equal pay. Women don't have equal representation, whether we're talking about Westminster or boardrooms. 1 in 4 women is subjected to domestic violence during her lifetime. And the number of rape cases and domestic assault cases that come to courts is abysmally low. And this is something as a society we should be utterly ashamed of. And of course, many cases are never reported because why bother if it's going to take years for them to come to court? And levels of violence against women and girls is at epidemic proportions. And there's strong evidence that the media's sexist portrayal of women is part of the problem. Now, of course, the government could do a lot about this and possibly has done some things, but there is a lot left to do. And my noble friend Lord Sicker was actually, he tweeted today something quite useful. He tweeted about the government policies against women. And he talked about the gender pay, pension gap, lower state pension, unpaid carers, real wage benefit cuts. Majority public sector workers and benefit recipients are female. And we have heard of these issues in the speeches that we've heard today. And it is a sad reflection on 14 years of Tory government that they haven't tried to equalise society in a way that only governments can. And of course, on the issue of our climate crisis, it is more often women who suffer. They're more likely to die in a climate disaster, be displaced by climate change, or die from pollution. They are not inherently more vulnerable, but intersections between sex, power dynamics, socio-economic structures, and societal norms and expectations result in climate impacts being experienced very differently by women. In many countries, women more often grow food for their families on small plots and are vulnerable to small changes in rainfall or soil quality. Sex inequality also intersects with discrimination based on other aspects of identity: class, age, disability, sexual orientation and gender identity, ethnicity and religion. And all of these multiply the impacts of climate change. Now, when I was casting around to think, what shall I say, I looked at my noble friend Lady Bennett's speech from last year and I thought, well, it's a really good one, so I'm going to take some of it. And I thought I wouldn't bother telling anyone, and then I thought actually she might notice. So, and she said last year, when we think about food systems and the health and economic well-being of women and girls, we also need to think about the way in which the financial sector plays against it. When the overwhelmingly male-dominated financial markets expand, under current arrangements, the rest of the world suffers. This is a threat to women and girls around the planet, to their chances of having a healthy diet and a livable world. The financial sector is a parasite, and we need strong medicine to stop it sucking the lifeblood out of this planet, particularly from the well-being of women and girls. The financial sector funds big agriculture, the handful of companies in seeds, agrochemicals and industrial giant-scale agriculture, which all too often robs the women and girls of this planet of their land, fresh water supplies and current food systems, and of their choice of a more sustainable, secure life. If we care about women, it isn't enough to talk. We actually do have to act. And I do think that noble lords here today do probably act in their own lives to make things more equal for women. And when I first got into politics, it was because of a fluke in our electoral system. And after the first year that I was an Assembly member, the Evening Standard did a sort of a view of everybody on the London Assembly and how good they were, and I actually came bottom of the poll. 2 years later, I was Deputy Mayor of London, and 2 years after that, I was actually helping the Mayor of London bring in all sorts of measures, multi-million-pound measures. And so we can do the most amazing things, but we have to change the world. And we are all capable of it, but I think that cooperation amongst ourselves is a big part of that.
Well done, well done.
My Lords, in a debate like this, and when one is part of a distinct minority, and I think having some of the sisters of the day, I mean, a small phalanx of brothers are here with you now. Good. And all I can say is I hope we add to the contribution, and I hope we listen and carry on your messages back to our colleagues. Now, my Lords, I am going to make a speech which I don't think will be mirrored in any other part of this debate because I am going to talk about the role of sport, and particularly a sport which, let's face it, the stereotypes, although changing, are predominantly male, that is rugby union. How that, used in certain aspects in the world, has become, probably slightly unwittingly, an engine for actually empowering the female of the species. It's the Atlas Foundation, and we got started by one Jason Leonard, who held a big traditional rugby dinner. Let's help children abroad improve their education standards. Let's do it by wherever we can get a volunteer, a rugby-based charity, throw a rugby ball in, get children running around, get them organised, feed them, encourage them into education. What we have discovered is if those hands grabbing the ball are female, we get a better bang for our buck. We get higher education completion. We just go through, everything's better. But one thing which I don't think we expected to discover was that the attitudes of the men round the women, when they find the women taking part in the projects, improves as well. It helps that you actually get men and women taking on activity together and being seen, at least in the initial phase, completely equal. You have to break up. As gender realities after puberty, you do have to break up the groups then. But, as you know, before puberty, children running around, they can generally do it together. Rugby is a good sport for this because you have strong authority figures in the middle. We don't have rules, we have laws. And we have to have people imposing those laws, but that means you have good, strong authority figures. It also means it's very difficult to do on a casual basis, so the swings and roundabouts there. But this is a sport that has done it. But it's basically a case of get somebody together, feed them to keep them coming in, give them health checks. In case of girls, occasionally sanitary projects as well, female sanitary products, helping them through period poverty. Encourage them into education, you get good results. And it will come as no surprise to this group to know that if you get girls into school, they get good results. They generally outperform boys because actually they prefer school to boys, the better relationship. But the main thing that struck me was in projects from Memphis, Tennessee to Kerala Rugby in West Bengal, it was the attitude coming back that the boys in the group are supporting the girls. Those two huge distance in those two projects, the fact that they are supporting the girls and supporting them in things like, lower pregnancy rates, making sure that they are supported. In Kerala, you've got the boys making sure that the girls are not molested on the way to school and sexually assaulted. They're actually taking in there. The girls are standing up for themselves and the boys are coming in and backing them up. That attitude of bring it together, we're all together, is something which I hope we can foster. Now, if a sport can do it, other activities can do it. Of course, rugby is a macho sport, so it's easy. But anywhere where you do this, you are going to improve. And also the attitude is going down. In one of our projects, I'm afraid, is a part of life down there. But if we can actually bring these groups together and find that you're actually a group that comes together, you will get that support. The male of the species is for once behaving sensibly. Make sure your women are more economically viable. Your life is going to be easier as well, let's face it. Making sure that you go down there and that the women, the girls will become women, will go out there. They'll finish their education, they'll have children later. In Kerala, an 85% reduction in child marriage rates. Just think of that, my lords. People who are finishing school, going on. Now, in all the projects, I must also mention it, Kerala has got a remarkable record in producing female rugby internationals as well. As have our projects in Memphis, one where I think it's 80% of the staff are female, and I think it was 65% of the participation rates. But this is actually something which is taking as well in this country, new in the foundation. And the Atlas Foundation have a wonderful online fundraising package which I must encourage you all to buy into. So I didn't say that, I would get killed at the next board meeting. But, my lords, our star project here, the Tackle London project, once again predominantly female in its participation. If rugby can do this, and if sport has this ability with women to improve your image and your attention, and the fact that your school can be encouraged, it is something which we have not looked at to back up all the other things you've said today. And you bring in the male of the species to help you. Surely, my lords, there must be lessons that can be learnt there which are applicable and can be applied and can back up all the other good work that we've talked about.
Yeah. Now, one or two members of the House have drawn attention to the terminology we use when opening our speeches. I'm going to follow my noble friend Baroness Gale by opening with my peers. It's a privilege and a pleasure to participate in this debate, and it's certainly not something I take for granted. I'm going to direct my remarks to the scandal of the gender pensions gap as an important element in the economic exclusion of women. Broadly speaking, women receive lower state pensions than men, and when it comes to private pensions, the gap is stunning. Women have private pensions that's only about 1/3 of those of men on average. Now, I've spoken about this before, and no doubt I will speak again, but just to summarise, there are solutions, there are causes. There's the pay gap, obviously. So much of our pension depends on people's earnings while they're at work. Women have lower earnings, so they have lower pensions. To the extent that we move on and remove the pay gap, that element of the pensions gap will be eliminated. But there's more to it than that, because it's compounded by a number of factors, but the key one is the gender care gap. Care in our society is gendered. Childcare, elder care is undertaken predominantly by women, and because they're providing care, they lose out in their profession, they lose out in their work, and they end up with smaller pensions. They work part-time, so their pay is lower. They take career breaks to provide care for children and parents. They lose pension. They lose out even when they return to work because of the impact on their career progression. So it's care, as well as pay, which is the crucial element that means women end up with poorer pensions. So what are the solutions? Well, clearly, we're on progress, and we hope we're on progress. Much more needs to be done to eliminate the gap in people's pay. But I think we also have to address the impact on their pensions of the fact that women are predominantly the care providers. We have to a large extent, move away from that model, but I think that will be slow progress. First of all, pay should be equalised, but also there has to be access to comprehensive and affordable care, childcare and elder care. We have to look at our workplace practices to make sure that the extent to which women lose out in their career progression and so on. We have to provide women with the information so they know that the impact. We have to look at our structure of our pension provision, and automatic enrolment is clearly one element of that. But I think the key to it is caregivers have to be provided with additional pension. Unpaid caregivers have to be provided with pension credits of one form or another. My preferred option is that they accrue additional elements of their state pension, and when they come to retirement, their state pension is enhanced in recognition of the unpaid periods of care that they have undertaken during their working lifetime. We all benefit from that care. It's not just the family, it's not just the children. We all benefit from the care provided by women, and that should be recognised in the pensions we provide. Now, I'm looking forward to the Minister's response. I've raised the issues on a number of occasions. I have to say I haven't totally been impressed with their response so far. It is true, and no doubt we'll be told, that they are now producing the figures. The fact is the gap exists. In the longer term, I want to see a shift in the way care is provided and the pension credits. But in the short term, I have a relatively modest short-term aim that I hope the Minister can assure us we can have, and that is whenever we enter into this sort of debate, the gender pensions gap is automatically included in those issues that need to be addressed. When the Minister stands up and in the progress of their speech they say, and we are moving towards not just recognising the pensions, the gender pensions gap, we're looking constructively at solutions that will eliminate it.
My Lords, I declare my interest as Chairman Trustee of the Lumbar Foundation. My Lords, a court in India is currently considering an application by a 25-year-old young woman to allow medical termination of her pregnancy on the grounds that she had suffered cruelty and marital rape by her husband, against whom she had earlier filed a petition for divorce. The young woman is currently 20 weeks pregnant, and medical terminations are permissible in India until 24 weeks of pregnancy on various grounds, including change of marital status during the pregnancy, such as widowhood or divorce. The young woman has initiated divorce proceedings, but the husband has not consented to it. The case is ongoing and will be concluded by imminently, but my Lords, the reason I tell you this story is that it is an all too commonplace, everyday situation where women, not only in India, but in many countries around the world, find that the odds are stacked against them. The law can be a blunt instrument and a slow process when it comes to dealing with situations like this, however enlightened some judges may be. A young woman who has no money or support network should be as entitled as any other to protection of the law to escape from violence and oppression. The prospects of single parenthood in poverty are bleak indeed. The young woman's ability to free herself from a situation of domestic violence and rape and to make choices based on the circumstances she then has to face is something that should be enabled and respected. As many of your lordships know, my primary concern has long been the plight of widows and their dependents around the world. But today, as we discuss International Widows' Day, International Women's Day, I am thinking of women trapped in violent marriages and women after divorce who can face very similar prejudices, ostracized from family, unable to provide for their dependents, and vulnerable to exploitation. As with widowhood, blame often plays a part in marginalizing women, and that blame is not only rarely justified, but also completely irrelevant to the women's circumstances and their need. So, my Lords, my plea today is that while we celebrate women's empowerment and seek to build on the progress made in this country, as in many others, we remember those for whom time has stood still and who remain as oppressed as ever they were. Give special thought to women who are marginalized by society, to women trapped in abusive marriages, to women running single-handed households for whatever reason. My plea, my lords, is for respect, understanding and empowerment, for doing what we can to provide support for those who need it most, and for changing cultures and open hearts and minds to genuine equality for women in how they are treated by as both as individual and in society as a whole.
My ladies and lords, first of all, my apologies. The fact that I haven't been here for a significant part of this debate is not because I wasn't interested. It's actually I was down at the Learning with the Lords at the Education Centre, actually listening to the views of the next generation of young women and men. So that's it was a difficult choice, but I thought it was probably the right choice to make in the circumstances. I want to actually congratulate Baroness de Vere for the opening contribution she made, because I thought she covered the waterfront and she showed us that, in fact, there has been a significant amount of change. And if you wanted to look anywhere else, you've only got to look around the chamber to know that women are here, they're here in force, and they make a superb contribution. Whether it's the Leader of the House, Baroness Williams, or our own leader, Baroness Smith, or somebody like Baroness O'Grady here, the first Women General Secretary of the TUC, to say that things haven't changed is clearly quite wrong. I suppose it's whether you see the glass half full or half empty, and I certainly see it as half full. I also want to congratulate somebody who it's not very fashionable to congratulate at the moment, and that's Liz Truss. Now, why? Certainly not on her record as in her briefing period as Prime Minister, but prior to that, she was the woman responsible for appointing Baroness Faulkner, who's unfortunately not here today, as the Chair of the Equality and Human Rights Commission. That was a fundamentally important appointment. Somebody who was there to protect the rights of women and in doing so faced quite a difficult challenge herself. She also appointed Kemi Badenoch, who has also been involved in protecting the rights of women in her Women and Equalities role. So I think those were two important appointments. So obviously I want to come at this a slightly different way, because I think, although I missed some of the debate, I've heard some of it as I came back. I look at the people who have changed fundamentally, I think, society and what they've done, and who have influenced, more importantly, young women. And so the first person I want to start with is J.K. Rowling. J.K. Rowling has probably encouraged more young people to read books than anybody else I can think of. I can remember queuing up outside Asda at 6 o'clock to get the next edition of Harry Potter. But it's not just that. It was because she had the temerity to suggest that didn't we have a different word for people who menstruate? Didn't we have what was it now? Was it? It was woman. That was it. And as soon as she uttered that word, we got the response from the people she'd made multi-millionaires, namely those who starred in the films, to accuse her of being transphobic. She's nothing of the sort, but a woman who has not only been prepared to open or rather express her views quite clearly, but put her money where her mouth is. She's opened a women's refuge in Scotland and done a number of other things with her. So not just about, if you like, accreting wealth. I also think that this country has been through a profound change in the last couple of years. We've been through COVID, and and we've had lockdown, and it's had a huge impact on the way we work, the way we live. So people have been to discover the flexible possibilities of working from home. Working women have found that, in fact, life can be improved significantly in those situations. We've got 900 companies now who are saying to people, you can work a 4-day week and we'll pay you the same, and they're finding that productivity goes up. These are important things that actually are impacting on women's lives. I listened carefully to Baroness Morscombe, and well, what can I say? An assessment is that all's for the worst in this worst of all possible worlds. It was a sort of anti-capitalist contribution almost, that nothing has changed, nothing has improved for women. It's absolutely not true. The statistics don't support you. Things have changed. Are they perfect? Of course they're not. Of course there's much more change that needs to take place. Of course I'm cognizant of the fact that we seem to have gone backwards in Afghanistan when we see the plight of women there and education. I just want to end on a couple of points. I'm an acute observer when I go on the train. You know, all of society is there for you when you take a train journey. And yesterday I was sitting close by when there were two women who happened to sit next to each other. One had a badge on which said baby on board, and the other one was carrying a small child in her sling. And they both sat next to each other. I was hoping they might engage in conversation, because after all, there was the future. I don't know whether it was a boy or girl, but there was the future sitting next to each other, and I thought that was something in a way that filled me full of hope. It's not too easy bringing up being working women, and if I have a question for the noble lady, the minister, is that in terms of women who do go out to work, are they doing something about the taper in earnings so that it's still significantly worthwhile? The other thing, and I'll quickly finish here, is about the books that people read on trains as well. I'm incurably nosy, so this morning there was a young woman was reading Pride and Prejudice, and I thought, well, that was good, written by, again, somebody who had to fight for their recognition in literature. And then I'm going to end on this. I talked about Afghanistan, but really it's International Women's Day. And the point I want to make in closing is this, that in Iran there are young women who are laying down their lives for the right to dress as they wish, for the right to wear a hijab or not to wear a hijab. And the thought occurred to me that if young Muslim women in this country could show solidarity with their sisters in Iran and just take off their hijabs for an hour, it might be a powerful gesture in the cause of women internationally. So it's been a privilege to take part in this debate. My regret that I haven't heard of many other contributions. I can see that I haven't pleased anybody because my noble friend here is shaking her head. But nevertheless, that's the benefit of the Lords, isn't it? We have a wide range of views.
My Lords, I am delighted to participate in my first International Women's Day debate in your Lordship's House. I welcome the noble Baroness Lady Casey and look forward to her maiden speech. I wish to focus my remarks today on an area I believe to be the new frontier for violence against women, the creation of deepfakes. A deepfake can be an image or video digitally altered to use someone else's face on another person's body. They are often so convincing that it is incredibly difficult to tell that they are not real. Women are disproportionately affected by the creation of deepfake material. Research published by Home Security Heroes in 2023 found that of all deepfake videos, 98% were pornographic, and of those, 99% were of women. I have had the privilege over the last few months of meeting a number of campaigners and charities in this area, including the renowned Professor Claire McGlynn KC and Eleanor Michael from the campaign group Not Your Porn. All agree that the online safety bill represented a vital first step in creating a safer online environment. However, I share their concerns that it has not gone far enough, only banning the non-consensual sharing of deepfake material and not tackling the creation of the content itself. I have previously spoken in your Lordship's House highlighting that the use of nudification apps and the creation of deepfake porn for private use is still legal. The largest site creating deepfakes receives an average of 13.4 million hits a month. The rapid proliferation of these nudification apps, 80% of them having launched in the last 12 months alone, has created an environment where anyone can perpetrate harm with ease, and it is not recognised as misogyny. This is backed up by research that found 74% of deepfake pornography users do not feel guilty about their actions. Your Lordships may be surprised to hear that after long consultation, the Law Commission stated that whilst they acknowledge that the making of intimate images is a violation of the subject's sexual autonomy, they were less sure whether the level of harm caused by the making of these non-consensual images and videos was serious enough to criminalise, and that any offence would prove difficult to enforce. This report was published in July 2022. In 2023, more deepfake abuse videos were posted online than in every other year combined. Since International Women's Day last year, the new pieces of content created each week has increased tenfold. My Lords, I am sure many of you agree that the creation of this material in and of itself, without a person's consent, causes serious harm, regardless of whether a person is aware of its creation, and has a much wider societal impact in the normalisation of online misogyny and hate. We are now at the precipice of a new age of technology, and it is vital that we act now to ensure that in embarking on this brave new world, which can offer many exciting opportunities, we do not risk creating a technological gender gap, which would further limit the economic inclusion of women in society. The ability to create these images and videos using apps and platforms in a matter of seconds represents a very real threat to all women. A woman can no longer choose who owns an intimate image of her. They can be created by anyone, anywhere, at any time. The impact is often referred to as a silencing effect. Women may withdraw from social media and sometimes even from normal life. My Lords, many women are fearful of this happening to them. The current law, as it stands, is prioritising the freedom of speech and expression of the creator over that of a woman. After a century fighting for women's rights to enter a space, we are now running the risk of a new space being created where women fear to tread. Whilst we are still learning about AI, it is crucial that we educate society to differentiate between what is real and what is not, in a world where we can no longer trust images that are put in front of us. Time is of the essence. We must not miss the chance to act by legislating against the creation of non-consensual deepfake content. We must prevent the normalisation of misogyny. My Lords, deepfake abuse is the new frontier of violence against women, and we must all take a stand.
My Lords, I think that Noble Baroness Owen has actually united everybody in this House in terms of the concerns that she has outlined. And I think she's quite right to say that we should all be extremely worried, especially perhaps in election year. May I start by adding my congratulations to Baroness Gale, not just for this debate, but because she has worked so hard on these issues over so many years. I also think it's right that on International Women's Day we draw attention to the unbelievable problems that women in Afghanistan and other parts of the world are facing. But of course we do have to look closer home as well. And I have to admit that I actually find myself getting angry every time this debate comes round, because I feel a great sense of frustration that the hope that many of us had that progress would have been quicker on a whole range of issues has not come to pass. It is right that we should use this debate to celebrate the progress that has been made and the achievements that many people have outlined. When I first entered the House of Commons, many years ago, admittedly, there were 26 of us women MPs. In 97, when I was the leader in the Commons, I stood with Tony Blair welcoming 100 Labour women MPs, and now we've got 35% overall because other parties have done a little as well. But, my lords, it's not enough to see breakthroughs of that kind, breakthroughs in women's representation, more women on boards, more women vice-chancellors in universities, a woman as president of the Supreme Court. That's not enough. No. We really have to look at the overall experience of ordinary women in this country. Yeah. And quite frankly, that is still deeply disturbing. I was recently fortunate enough to open a debate in this House on maternity services. That was prompted partly by the unbelievable fact, that in Kirklees, a very large metropolitan area, there are actually no NHS birthing facilities at all. The prestigious Bronte Centre in Dewsbury, I remember it being open, that's been closed since August 2022, and the centre at Huddersfield Hospital has been closed for more than 12 months, both because of a shortage of midwives. How can local women in Labour be expected to believe in progress if they can't get local services like that they need? And nationally, we have the report of the Care Quality Commission, which said that almost half the maternity units that it inspected last year were rated as inadequate or in need of improvement. Half. And as they said, it wasn't just a post-COVID problem, it had been developing for some time. I want to mention two reports that have struck me as very important just recently. The first is the Joseph Browntree Foundation, which shows that 1 in 10 workers are in persistent low pay. That's 4 out of 5 years below the living wage. And it shows that very few of them, 1 in 20, actually get out of it and move on. But crucially, what it says is one particular finding is striking. Of those trapped in persistent low pay, 72% are women. And that highlights the structural discrimination against women in the workplace that very often exists. And I think that many women will be tempted to say, progress, what progress? The second report I want to mention is from Scottish Widows, and this touches on some of the issues that Lord Davis mentioned. Their research shows that looking forward and taking into account private pensions and savings and everything of that kind, they estimate a 39% gender gap, nearly 40%. They estimate that the average woman is set to receive £12,000 of income a year after housing costs. The comparable figure for a man is 19,000. That's 12,000 for a woman, 19,000 for a man. And their report goes on to say that 2/3 of single women, 60% of divorced women, and 75% of single mothers are not on track for a minimum pension that would actually sustain their lifestyle. My lords, this is 2024. I find this immensely depressing. Lord Davis has pointed out some of the difference and change in approach that is needed, and I think we really are getting to the stage where this needs absolute urgent attention. Finally, if all of that was not enough, the Women's Budget Group yesterday, their headline after the Wednesday's budget is "Tax giveaways to better off men will cost worse off women." That's the situation that we are facing, and we do need to take that on board and make changes. Baroness Boycott said that we in this House have had amazing opportunities. That's true, but we are not typical, and we have a responsibility to other people. So yes, let us celebrate success, but let us have no illusions, and let us remember how much there is still to do, and I'm sure that Baroness Casey, in her maiden speech, which is very welcome, will be able to point us in that direction.
Yeah. My lords, or should I say my baronesses, following in Viscount Stangate's earlier comment, I have to say being here all day has piled the pressure on, as each one of you has been so incredibly nice about what will hopefully not be as a disappointing speech as I fear it may well be. Anyway, I've fluffed up the first line. I'll just keep going from here on in. I'll just go back to the script. That's probably the best thing to do. My lords, I rise today, actually, as you can see, with a degree of nervousness, in part because of the subject matter, but in reality because this is my maiden speech in the House of Lords. A place I never imagined I would be in. God, what's wrong with me today? A place I never imagined I would be in, nor a house I would ever imagine in my wildest dreams I would be in to deliver a speech. It's quite extraordinary. I thank all of those that thought this was a good idea. Be careful. And I promise I'll try not to let them, or indeed many others who support me, down. There is one piece of protocol that I have fully adopted and taken to heart, which is to thank all the doorkeepers, long-suffering, I fear, in some cases. That's a joke. Security guards, police officers, catering and cleaning staff, along with the wonderful Black Rod, our crossbench team and all the staff here in the House of Lords. I'd like to thank the noble Baroness Armstrong, who was probably another long-suffering person, my first ministerial boss, which must feel now like a lifetime ago, and to Baroness Grender, who together they introduced me into this place. I'd like to thank the many outstanding civil servants and other staff who have worked with me over the years. And last but not least, I would like to thank all the noble lords from across the House for an incredibly warm welcome since my time of joining. Thank you. The advice from your noble lords, though, on the Maiden has been a tad varied. One said, Louise, whatever you do, do not be political and do not be passionate. I think I might fall at that first hurdle. Someone else said to me, be yourself, and I have gone with that advice today. I'm grateful to the noble Baroness Vere of Norbiton for opening this debate on this International Women's Day, and I thank in anticipation the noble Baroness Barron for her closing later. Your lifelong commitment to tackling men's violence against women is only to be respected and to be thanked. Each year in the other House, Jess Phillips reads out the names of women killed in the last 12 months where the principal suspect is a man. I believe that we in this House should also honour those women and their families, and I will start by reading out said list to this House. Alicia Nazarova, Beryl Bez Purdy, Holly Bramley, Susan Turner, Bernadette Rosario, Sarah Bateman, an unnamed woman, Lucy D, Maya D, Rena D, Alize Mason, Marielle Sturrock, Suma Begum, Johannita Kozewa Dogby, Maya Devi, Suzanne Henry, Georgina Dowie, Holly Sanchez, Hayley Burke, Katie Hitchton, Kelly Pitt, Christine Sargent, Danielle Davidson, Stephanie Hodgkinson, Sandra Harriott, Fiona Robinson, Deborah Cantrell, Emily Sanderson, Michelle Hodgkinson, Chloe Mitchell, Chloe Bashford, Teshawini Kontam, Grace O'Malley Kumar, Monica Vodacek, Kinga Rosakinika, Kasia Morales, Felicia Cadore, Nellie Akoma, Sarah Henshaw, Elizabeth Richings, Lynette Nash, Elizabeth Watson, Carol Baxter, Fiona Holm, Colette Law, Rose Jacobson, Anne Blackwood, Hazel Huggins, Sharon Gordon, Claire Orry, Christine Emerson,
Kelly Bothwell, Liamchu Bereket, Chintzia McIntyre, Amy Rose Wilson, Gabriella Kozliko, Claire Knights, Ni Mu Kim Y, Carrie Slater, Suzanne Galvin, Helen Clark, Ruth Ruffton, Eliane Adnam, Charlene Mills, Alison Dodds, Deborah Bulter, Gaia Cecilia, Mandy Barnett, Denise Steves, Mehat Sharma, Caroline Gore, Sian Hammond, Michelle Fayers, Christy Eugene, Perseverance Nikube, Sharon Butler, Dawn Robertson, Victoria Greenwood, Salam Al-Shara, Keisha Donaghy, Alison Bowen, Tawo Abudundi, Malicia Zilic, Leanne Gordon, Kamalikjit Mahe, Glenna Civita, Casey Clark, Kiposhale Isaacs, Tia Simmons, Maya Bracken, Alison McLaughlin, Tara Kashaw, Kanticha Su Pen Pan Au, Claudia Cabanza, Michelle Romano, Claire Levique, Sam Varley, unnamed woman, 40 years old. Also added this year is Melissa Mattison, who was killed in 2014, Eileen Mary Thompson Nate Ashcroft, killed in 2017, Rita Roberts, killed in 1992. I would also ask you to remember, for personal reasons, Nicole Smallman, Bieber Henry, murdered in 2020, and Sarah Everard, murdered in March 2021. This was the 9th year that the Honourable Member for Birmingham Yardley has read out the list of unnamed women. I am grateful to her, to Karen Ingala Smith's pioneering work, to Clary O'Callaghan and Anna Ryder of Killing Women, for their collective and tireless efforts to give these women sight in our lives and to be reminded of the true horror of our collective failure to tackle this problem. Yet, my lords, there are thousands and indeed millions of decent men. As Women's Aid discussing only today, we, women, need the decent men in this House, but also across the country, to stand up to that task, or we will never, ever deal with the problem. We, women, cannot keep picking up the pieces and at worst being on the receiving end of abuse and violence, largely from men. But I believe that change is possible. Change is definitely possible. The country I love is pretty much, it feels on its knees. It's too stretched, we're too divided, and too much of the discourse is too fractured. You can blame the pandemic, you can blame Russia, you can blame politics, or we can blame each other. But it's just too tough for too many people. And yet I have such hope. For almost 40 years, I have worked in public service, and that has instilled that hope in me. I have a faith in those in public service, be it as volunteers in food banks or homelessness projects, or indeed here in this House or the other place next door. Why do I have that hope? Because I understand the power of government. I understand the power of institutions, and most importantly, the power of people to deliver change. That is why I have hope that we can fix many of the problems that we face, and that we can do that together with consensus and with dignity. And I have seen that happen right here in this House. I believe in a hand up, not a hand out, helping people stand on their own 2 feet and get on with their own lives, not having to be dependent on a charity or indeed the taxpayer. I believe in people power. We all have the power and capacity to treat someone with dignity and compassion, and in so doing, help them live a better life. I believe in the power of love and of kindness, and I believe in the hope that humanity brings, and I believe in the service of others. I commit to this House and to all outside it to stand up for what is right, to seek out the truth, and to speak as the former and now deceased Cabinet Secretary Lord Hayward of Whitehall asked me to do, which is to speak without fear or favour for as long as you live. I thank you for listening to me so kindly and for all the enormous support and kindness you have shown to me in the last recent months and specifically today, since I joined this very special and unique place. Thank you.
My Lords, it's my privilege and pleasure to follow Baroness Casey. As she says, I was her first minister, and we recruited her from shelter to deliver a very significant reduction in rough sleeping across the country within that parliamentary term. And with Louise, we over-delivered. But that led to all sorts of things. Louise soon demonstrated her focus on delivery across government, not just in one department, and in the third sector. She was a fearsome champion, absolutely focused on delivery. And as you've heard today, she will do things in unconventional ways and ways you're not expecting. But that meant that she was noticed by prime ministers, and when they had a difficult problem, they would turn to her, whether it was rough sleeping, antisocial behaviour, troubled families, all sorts of issues. Louise was the person who was identified as being able to focus on it, find a way through, and get people moving on it. So, whatever she approaches, she always, to me, represents what she said in a different way, tough love. She's tough on all of those barriers, including some of the people involved, all of those barriers that prevented people getting the support necessary to turn their lives around, but incredibly caring in support of the most vulnerable. Her most recent work on food poverty, which she hasn't had time to mention today, demonstrates that in a way that I have no doubt that whoever is in government later this year, she will continue not only to speak truth unto power, but will continue to deliver those things that are needed for those people who are disadvantaged, those who are not getting their fair share, and those who need changes in order that they can live with decency, dignity, and opportunity. As I say, Louise never does things in a conventional way. She works out what is needed to secure change, and then she goes about how to deliver that. And I warn any of you who are looking to be ministers, she will be after you, and so she should. I'm proud to call her my friend, and I looked forward to continuing to work with her to really make sure that we make a change to the lives of those who do not get their fair opportunity in this country at the moment. Yeah. Last week, I went with the CPA to the Gambia, and I met with the Gender Equality Committee as well as others in the National Assembly. But at the meeting that we observed of the Gender and Equalities Committee, they were assessing how the Women's Enterprise Fund was working. The fund had been introduced to create, promote and grow women's enterprises, and there was a real feeling that that was important in order to make sure that women were able to look after their families, to be effective in their communities, particularly in the rural areas. And it is a way in which a number of countries I've been to in Africa are now working, because they recognise that unless women are empowered economically, their society will not change and will not move forward. And the other thing that the women talked to us about over the week was the whole issue of sexual and gender-based violence. And they used the whole issue of women's economic empowerment as a means also of tackling issues around gender-based violence, with women who were beginning to get more confidence, beginning to get more assurance, then able to work on these issues in their own communities. I've seen that in other countries, and my involvement with voluntary service overseas also means that their concentration on gender issues and on women and girls, which is reflected in the government's international development strategy, has become a very important way of us working internationally. Unfortunately, many of those programs have been severely cut. I was a bit ashamed. We're not giving anything to the program at the moment in the Gambia. But, you know, we could and we did work on these things incredibly effectively. But as other members have said, including the Right Reverend Prelate, our failure to maintain our commitment on that is having real effects on women and girls and communities across the world. But, you know, the things that I saw in the Gambia and I've seen elsewhere in Kenya and Tanzania, we can learn from too. And we learned a lot last week. The young woman with, and I really want to push the government on how they are going to return things like the International Citizens Service, so that young women from this country can work with young women across the world to actually understand and work on these issues together. The young woman with the lead responsibility for women's programs in the CPA was an ICS graduate. She'd been a volunteer in Malawi, and she says it totally changed her life, her ambitions, and what she wanted to work on. So it had an effect not just on the young women she was working with in Malawi, but on her. And I've seen that with hundreds of young women in this country. The women in the Gambian National Assembly really want to work with us to actually make sure that they can, with empowerment of women economically and with empowerment of women in other ways, tackle gender-based violence. And don't we need to do the same? So I left thinking that we really, as a country and as a government, need to look again at how we make sure that women are economically secure and are able to create their own businesses and so on. Because actually, we know that women's small businesses are much more likely to last and to prosper because they will stick with it. And if the government thinks about what they've seen internationally through these funds to empower women economically, what they've learned from that we could benefit from too in this country, I think we could really begin to change the way women are looked at and are enabled to be strong in this country.
My Lords, I would first like to congratulate Baroness Casey on her excellent maiden speech, and I'm sure you all agree. I'd like to thank my noble friend the Minister for introducing this very important debate on International Women's Day, a debate which focuses on the vital importance of financial inclusion of young women in our society. I would like firstly to declare my interest as a Vice Chair of the APPG on financial education for young people. This subject is one of which I am a strong advocate, and I will always jump to make the case for more financial literacy in schools, as my noble friend the Minister may have heard me do several times before in your Lordship's House. In 2022, research by PwC showed that 10.7 million UK women are unable to access mainstream financial products. And according to the Financial Times on this important International Women's Day last year, the average pension pot for a 65-year-old woman in the UK was around 1/5 of the average pot of a man of the same age. So it is excellent to see charities like which the Financial Times has fostered, the Financial Literacy and Inclusion campaign, stepping up to meet this educational challenge. As that campaign reports, financial literacy has been proven to increase social mobility and improve financial behaviour for both individuals and communities. Their aim is to democratise financial education by providing free and engaging content to those that need it the most, including young people, women and disenfranchised groups. My Lords, we don't talk enough about the importance of physical and emotional well-being, as the Mental Health Foundation report, Uncertain Times, Anxiety in the UK and How to Tackle It, tells us that worrying about money is the biggest cause of stress. In 2023, 21% more young women aged between 17 to 25 suffered anxiety and depression about money than their male counterparts, according to the National Centre for Social Research. Financial education leads to confidence and better financial decision-making for those who have received it, which in turn can lead to a more secure, stable and healthy financial future. We've come a long way in many ways of gender equality, but there is, as has been confirmed by noble lords across the House today, so much more that can and should be done. The government must continue its mission to ensure that everyone leaves school with a sound understanding of how to manage their finances. Any government-sponsored financial education initiatives can prove key to developing and growing more women's participation in the workforce, widening access to financial products and increasing their chances of a more secure financial future. My Lords, in the UK, we do not have a problem with girls wanting more financial education. According to the London Institute of Banking and Finance Young Person's Money Index, 86% of girls want to receive more, whereas only 70% of boys want the same. So this is an area ripe for both policy expansion and school accountability, where we already have a receptive audience. And whilst financial education is a statutory teaching requirement in secondary schools, it is not in primary schools. And there are calls to do so from many quarters. In isolation, none of these steps solve the disparity between men and women in terms of their financial inclusion. But much good work is being done, including the national programmes such as My Money Week, run by the well-recognised financial enterprise education charity Young Enterprise, which aims is to encourage children and young people aged 3 to 19 to take an interest in financial matters, and their teachers also receive valuable support in delivery. The Centre for Financial Capability, another expert charity in the field, is calling for increased financial education for all children from a young age to ensure they are equipped with the financial resilience skills necessary for later life. So we know that there is clearly much more to be done, an opportunity to grow our audiences in schools from the age primary school children start to receiving their pocket money. But bear in mind that nowadays pocket money is more likely to be represented on an app, or in some cases by cash card controlled by parents, than the old-fashioned piggy bank. This makes saving different educational prospect to that which it was previously. The Young Person's Money Index also stated that 71% of girls expressed interest in learning more about debt, whereas 6% fewer boys expressed the same concern. It is quite clear that the more prepared you are to cope with your finances when you leave school, the better. Many reports have been produced, including the financial education charity MyBank, which showed in a study in 2020 that 43% of girls were not financially confident and marked 18% fewer than boys. Boys display greater confidence in managing money, with 42% feeling highly confident in money management compared to 38% of girls. And the gap is wider when you look at children. We look at children aged 11 or older, according to the Money and Pensions Scheme in 2022. It is a combination of knowledge, ability, and confidence that is the hallmark of financial literacy. Breaking down barriers to high-quality women's financial education is critically important in furnishing more women and girls with the tools and opportunities to make informed financial decisions, which will only increase greater financial inclusion of women and better financial inclusions for women.
Yeah. My Lords, it was a pleasure to listen to the Noble Baroness Casey's speech. She spent a lifetime trying to understand the needs of people who are minorities and who are overlooked, and to bring their needs to the attention of people in power. As somebody who equally never ever expected to be in this place, can I tell her that this is a place of unique privilege, and one of the great privileges that we have is to speak up for people like that, and she will no doubt continue to do that as marvellously as she has done today. Because today on International Women's Day, it is a timely reminder that progress for women, progress for all minorities, is neither inevitable nor linear. I was very indebted to the Noble Baroness Lampard, who talked about the ending of the married women's work bar. My late mother-in-law, proposed the motion to the Now Go conference that suggested that, and she did so against quite significant opposition from men, let me tell you. Progress and allies for progress are often not whom we might think. And I think it's important that we acknowledge that this debate happens today against the backdrop of a campaign which is orchestrated and funded by Christian nationalists in the USA and Russia, which is ultimately about trying to wreck human rights legislation and the organisations which protect it. But it has a number of different tactical aims, one of which is to be anti-gender, to be anti-LGBT, and it has different emphasis in different parts of the world. In Poland and Hungary, it's very definitely anti-reproductive rights. In the USA, it's all of that, but with a good deal of anti-trans discrimination. A very poisonous campaign, founded not on evidence, but founded on prejudice and fear. And I hope that and founded very much on a very narrow, stereotypical idea of what women should be. Well, women are diverse and different, and their diversity and difference is a key to economic prosperity. We shouldn't lose sight of that. And I hope that the Noble Baroness Casey will forgive me. I thought that it was very moving of her to read that, but she will perhaps understand, was I sat there thinking that all of those women deserve dignity and respect, and so did their families. The name ringing in my head was Brianna J. Because this campaign of prejudice that is being promulgated every day in our newspapers and across the world is not without its consequences. You get across Africa, where politicians of all stripes have been literally fed millions of dollars to perpetrate myths and fear about the LGBT community. We can see the direct violence and murder that's been wreaked upon my community. And only last week in Uganda, it became illegal to just identify, not to do anything, just to identify as being lesbian or gay. You can end up, if you are gay, in Uganda, not doing anything, even having a relationship with anybody else. You can end up in jail, not being an upstanding, economic, productive member of society. And I want to ask our government what they are doing to explain to governments across Africa the harm that they are doing to their people by pursuing and being fooled by this really, really regressive and repressive campaign. A campaign which is ultimately has nothing to offer the world except destruction and ultimately destitution. There is some good news. Since the overturning of Roe versus Wade, the Republicans have been struggling all across the United States because people are not stupid. Ordinary people understand that the more that you restrict women's access to contraception, to abortion, and to enable them to take a full part in the labour activity, the more you are going to harm not just them, but their children and their families. It's a lesson that was obvious back in 1967, when my colleague and one of my heroes, David Steele, produced that landmark piece of legislation, which has done so much to improve the participation of women in the labour market across the world. Today, voters here in the United Kingdom can see what has happened in various parts of the world. It is good to see in places like Poland that light is beginning to dawn, and we can see through this destructive campaign for what it is. I hope through our principal means of affecting life for women and girls across the world, through our FCDO programmes, I would say to the noble Baroness, yes, it's good to see that we are going to put women and girls at the forefront of our unilateral programmes, but please do not reduce the funding to our multilateral obligations through the Global Fund, through UnitAids, and through all of those programmes which for women, principally, and men, give access to full and comprehensive healthcare, because that is fundamental to economic well-being, and that is fundamental not just to women's rights, but to human rights throughout the world.
Well done.
Very good.
My lords, sisters, supporter brothers, being the last of 34 speakers is something of a challenge, but it's been such a privilege to listen to all the different aspects that we've heard today in this International Women's Day debate. Can I also congratulate Baroness Casey? I first heard of her when I worked in policing many years ago. She showed extraordinary clarity then, as she did today, and I look forward to hearing many more speeches from her in this House. Can I also congratulate Brenda Dacres, elected today as the first black woman mayor in a directly elected role in the UK, so congratulations to her. Sadly, too many women today are weakened both mentally and physically, as my noble friend Baroness Donaghy said, as a result of the domestic abuse they suffer, and from which the effects are not only life-changing, but life-lasting and sometimes life-limiting. Their ability to participate in economic activity can be permanently or temporarily impacted. Often, trying to carry on with a career when home is a place of terror and fear can be overwhelming, as is the dreadful fear of stigma and shame that someone will find out that life is not as it appears to be. For many women, however dreadful the abuse is that they suffer, the fear that escaping it can mean losing their home, financial security and status, and in the worst cases, fear of losing their children, will keep them in unimaginable and unendurable circumstances. When we set up Survivors Against Domestic Abuse some 11 years ago now, it was to provide the support that our victims and survivors wanted and, more importantly, designed for themselves. Many of the services that they used were designed by well-intentioned and caring professionals, but they didn't address the very real fears that our survivors were dealing with on a day-to-day basis. For example, they often involve removing the family from the local area where they had support, work and schools. I should say, of course, there are some situations where there is no other option than to move away, but more often than not, it can be managed without that further trauma. Domestic abuse victims suffer devastating consequences in their working lives. Research tells us 60% feel the abuse has a negative impact on their ability to work, and 50% believe it affects their long-term employment prospects and earnings. And over 40% end up with considerable debt, sometimes because there is coercive control of family finances, leaving victims to turn to high-cost lenders for basic essentials. Across a range of initiatives in housing, health, financial services, including benefits, the criminal justice system, and awareness in all workplaces, there is still so much to be done to help victims and survivors to continue their work and careers. One of our early initiatives was Safe Space, which I mentioned in response to a question earlier this week. We now have 35 safe spaces across Hertfordshire, Bedfordshire and Cambridgeshire. They are fully furnished and equipped properties, ready to move into, even if you flee abuse in the middle of the night with nothing but the clothes you stand up in. There will be food vouchers there and even a backpack for children with a teddy and a specially written book to ease the trauma. You can stay there on a short tenancy licence while you make your mind up what to do next. But it means you can carry on working if that's what you want to do. And we will help get children to their schools. And our partnership with the local police means these properties are all as secure as we can make them. For health and mental health support, we need fast-track empathetic services for survivors. Most women will have experienced 20 episodes of abuse before they seek help. They must get help immediately when they need it. Can we hear from the Minister about what more can be done to fast-track that? We trained every member of staff, from council directors to repairs and maintenance teams, to understand the signs of domestic abuse, both within the workplace and with our tenants and residents, and to know how to respond when they had concerns. We now offer that training widely across local employers. Can I ask the Minister what more can be done to support such training in the workplace? We now need financial services industry and the benefit system to recognise the impact of domestic abuse and to be able to respond quickly and effectively to meet the needs of abuse victims. If we could please not make abuse victims wait 5 weeks while their universal credit applications are processed, that would be a transformation. The court system too often re-victimises those in terrible trauma from abuse, from patchy witness support, poor witness accommodation in courts, to the issue raised by so many survivors of the fear and trauma of parental access. I remember one victim's words in a letter to our Police Commissioner, David Lloyd. "Mr. Lloyd, I will live forever with the fact that this man wants to kill me and my children, and that one day he might do so. What is being done to make this better?" For our survivors, rebuilding confidence and skills and helping them rebuild broken lives is vital. And local government is so often left with this task, with the funding cobbled together from a multitude of bidding pots. How much better to have a strong, permanent, flexible fund that doesn't run out after a few days so that we can do this. I hope the Minister will comment on that. This is a global problem, as outlined by the recent IMF study and so many noble lords today. High levels of domestic abuse decrease the number of women in the workforce, minimise women's acquisition of skills and education, and result in more resources being channelled into healthcare and judicial services. All this has a potential impact on GDP of up to 2%. Surely we can't allow that to go on. Let's listen to victims and survivors and design solutions that disrupt the cycle of abuse and ensure women are able to reach their very full and extraordinary potential.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow Lady Taylor of Stevenage and her example of her council, their excellent practice, good practice for abuse victims, which sounds an interesting project. And I should say I'm a Vice President of the LGA, and I hope the good practice is going to be disseminated throughout local government. This year's themes of investing in women and inspiring inclusion, and I thank Lady Veer for her introductory speech, but it seems to me that in welcoming Lady Casey and her wonderful maiden speech, she embodies those themes in investing in women and inspiring inclusion, particularly with her work as the first ever Victims Commissioner. She identified, and I thank her for reading the names of the women who have been murdered in the last year. It's tough. It's a tough ask, because she's right also to say that men shouldn't be bystanders. We need more men to speak out. Lady Armstrong spoke of Lady Casey's tough love. Sometimes we in the Lords need to hear that tough love, and I think she will find her contribution very welcome. My noble friend, Lady Northover, and I'm pleased to see that she's still in her place, reminded us that much of caring is still done by women in our society. In Coalition, we introduced equal parental leave, but it hasn't worked, and I wonder why. And much of the debate that we've had today has focused on a combination of data, lived experience and examples, some of which can be defined by organisations, but actually a lot of it is about the culture of our society. And I'm grateful to my noble friend Lord Addington, who expanded on that when he talked about using sport as a mechanism to encourage support beyond for some of the hard-to-reach young girls in our society. Though I have to say my daughter gave up rugby at 10. Once it moved past touch tackle, no thank you. My Lords, Lady Barker spoke very powerfully about the pressure on LGBT communities and also the challenge faced by the community in Uganda. She was fairly delicate in her description of the new laws in Uganda. It is, you can now be sentenced to death for extreme homosexuality. Sentenced to death. Passed last year, my Lords, 2022. That is extraordinary. And can I ask the Minister if we are making representations to the Ugandan government to reconsider this? And my noble friend Lord Oates spoke very movingly about his mother and her passion for the eradication of polio, helped perhaps by her purple hair. But it is evident certainly to me, my Lords, and from our benches, that Lord Oates has inherited his passion for the solutions of clean water to reduce tropical diseases, including endemic parasites, which are so manageable with that investment. Lady Chakrabarti gave us some wonderful examples of those in the past who stood for women, for women's suffrage, and for women past and present in the trade union movement. And Lady O'Grady reminded us of the importance of women in the miners' strike, holding their communities together as well as protesting. Lady Moyo reminded us of the number of FTSE 100 companies where women directors is still low, but finally beginning to improve. And from these benches, we were pleased to ask those companies to note that record in their annual reports and accounts and therefore be held to account. My Lords, she and Lady Sater also talked about the exclusion from financial products. They're right. Remedying that is important and absolutely fundamental. And that also was built on by Lord Davis of Brixton when he reminded us of the poverty of the pensions gap, principally because of women's roles in our society as carers. And we're back here to culture and how we can change things. I want to move on now to more international matters. And 2 or 3 noble lords spoke about women in war. I'm minded to remember my friend, Kira Rudik, who, as one of the senior MPs in the Ukrainian parliament, since Russia invaded Ukraine, has spent that time out travelling the world to talk to the world about what is happening in Ukraine, as many of the other women MPs have. Kira was bombed out of her house just before Christmas, and on Twitter she just said, you know, it was difficult, I'm hurt a bit, but it's not too bad. I saw her about a week later, and it transpired that she had 12 deep cuts from glass right the way down her back. She had nonetheless continued with her international schedule, because for her, the war is the most important thing. And she said to me, many, many more have died. I was lucky with those minor wounds. Baroness Anderson movingly read out the names of journalists and photographers who have died this last year. My Lords, it's really shocking to hear of stoning to death. That is a punishment for women that has been going for millennia. It should not be happening today. My Lords, Lady Gale outlined the importance of women modelling behaviour, and she mentioned particularly the role of commissioners and others, and that is vital. Because, my Lords, until we have understood that that job, that role is for us, it becomes hard to believe sometimes that it is possible. Lady Amos illustrated the health gap between men and women, and that the fact that women are unrepresented in clinical trials It's not just that, it's also in many other elements of the healthcare sector. The Bishop of Southwark spoke of the need for a new deal for carers, and he's absolutely right. So can I ask the Minister what plans there are to ensure that carers do get the support that they need? And I link that back to Lord Davis's point about recognising carers in the pensions that they get. They may get some credit when they are unable to work, but they need more than that. My Lords, I want to end on girls and women in STEM, building on the excellent speech made by Viscount Stansgate. And I particularly want to thank Women in Science and Engineering WISE for their briefing and their support. And just before I start on where we are now, I wanted to highlight just a few of the trailblazers in the past. Ada Lovelace, known for being the daughter of Lord Byron, but her extraordinary abilities in mathematics meant that she was the first person to see that Charles Babbage's analytical engine had applications way beyond just calculation. In 1890, Philippa Fawcett, the daughter of Millicent Fawcett, niece of Elizabeth Garrett Anderson, was the first woman to obtain the top score in the Cambridge Mathematical Tripos ever. But because she was a woman, she was not granted the title of Senior Wrangler. Indeed, her results were not read out at the same time, but she was described as above the Senior Wrangler. Jocelyn Bell Burnell, an outstanding astrophysicist, discovered the Crab Nebula. And Professor Dorothy Hodgkins is still the only woman from the UK to win a Nobel Prize in the sciences. My Lords, that was 1964. That is not any problem for the Nobel Prize Committee. It speaks volumes to what is happening in science and engineering in our country today. My Lords, I knew Dame Anna Bidder well, who founded Lucy Cavendish College. She was an outstanding zoologist. As with her predecessors, 100 years ago, Cambridge University refused to award her either her undergraduate degree or her PhD. She taught both at Newnham College and also at the University Zoology Department all her working life. When Lucy Cavendish gained its Royal Charter in 1997, Anna, aged 94, said that this was a centenary of refusing to grant women degrees. 50 years since they decided to finally grant them, but, my Lords, they did not backdate that. She was finally awarded an honorary fellowship by the university that year, and on the same day, 70 years late, she finally got her undergraduate and her PhD degree. So, my Lords, we follow on the shoulders of these important women. Dame Professor Athene Donald, who is the Master of Churchill College, has written an excellent book on the current barriers, not just for the boys and why we need more women in science. She talked about one of the Nobel Prize winners in Germany, who, when she had told her boss that she'd just won a Nobel Prize, said, "Oh, we must have a party at the Institute." "I'm too busy to go and get the champagne. Would you do that?" My Lords, the reason I raise this is because statistics still show us that despite the improvement in qualifications at school and university in STEM, that is not yet true for physics and for the really hard sciences. And at schools, A-level results at STEM now at 40%, but physics and maths are still much, much lower. Even at primary school, Dame Athene Donald talks about gendering happening early on. And Cambridge University, when my daughter was at my local primary school, sent out maths students to work with the girls at junior level. And many of them were then inspired and loved maths when they got to secondary school. This government has introduced T-levels. Can I ask the noble lady, the Minister, how we're going to encourage girls to do some of the more technical T-levels? Because whilst there's 50-50%, the vast majority of courses the girls do are to do with childcare. My Lords, we must not stereotype. We often do, unfortunately. And Athene Donald took issue with Catherine Birbal-Singh, who said in 2022 that girls do not choose physics A-level because they dislike hard maths. She said, Athene Donald said, it's not a case of campaigning for more girls to do physics, It's a case of making sure that they aren't discouraged by remarks like this. Because, my lords, the girls of today are our scientists and engineers of tomorrow, and our economy needs them.
My lords, like other noble lords, it always feels slightly strange starting my International Women's Day speech each year with those words. Perhaps one day we will find a gender-neutral expression with which to address each other, perhaps after we stop being a House of Lords and become something else. But that's for another day, that discussion. My lords, we have had a comprehensive and varied debate, as ever, with some outstanding contributions. I just loved Baroness Boycott's speech, because one of my feminist heroes, as she was, and still is, and has lost none of her passion. Absolutely wonderful. And also the speech of the Noble Lady Baroness Casey. Can I say how much I welcomed the Noble Lady Baroness Casey's maiden speech? And even though I had warning about what she intended to do in addressing the grave matter of female homicide, like others, I was indeed moved to tears, as I was by my noble friend Baroness Anderson's reading out that sad list. Can I thank the library and many organisations who sent briefings to our deliberations, and can I also thank the Baroness Sphere for her opening remarks on this debate, which were her usual very optimistic one of the state of the world. Very good way to start the debate, even if we may not always agree about the accuracy of some of those things. Can I particularly thank my noble friend Baroness Gale for opening the debate from these benches? I believe that my noble friend has spoken in pretty much every single debate in your Lordship's House on International Women's Day, and I think that her speeches always are very practical, about practical action that needs to be taken for women's equality, also about what is happening in Wales, and also I think it's worth noting that as the first General Secretary of the Welsh Labour Party, she is responsible partly for the equality of representation of women in public life in Wales. And I have to say, noble Baronesses Amos, Anderson, Armstrong, Chakrabarty, Donaghy, Gowdy, Merron, O'Grady, two Taylors, Bolton and Stevenage, for their contributions, a formidable set of Labour women, if ever there was, and whose presence and sisterly support always fills me with joy. And of course, the noble Lords Davis and Stansgate and other noble lords and men who have made their contributions to our International Women's Day. Because, as the noble Lady Baroness Casey said, without the support of men in our lives, the struggle is that much harder. My lords, the timing of this debate coincides with the publication of a new report, Sexism in the City, the latest report of the House of Commons Select Committee, and it was published overnight. I think it's worth telling one of the stories that are in this report. It's a city executive who is called Selina for these purposes, who logged on to a Teams call with 5 senior male colleagues in spring 2021 and was gobsmacked. She had spent weeks warning bosses that the London-based investment firm risked falling foul of European regulations. She had gathered data and presented supporting evidence, but was repeatedly brushed off. Nobody wanted to listen, she said. So her jaw dropped that afternoon when a male colleague raised the issue and immediately gained support from the same boss who had ignored her. I had to stop the meeting, she recalls, and I said, why does it take a white middle-aged man to deliver exactly the same messages I've been delivering for the last few weeks? Noble lords will not be surprised to learn that her comments were dismissed and described as over the top, and it was indeed, of course, the final straw. She realised it doesn't matter how hard I work, how talented, how committed I am, they will never recognise me. This report was prompted by sexual harassment allegations against hedge fund boss Crispin Odey. The inquiry is meant to determine whether meaningful progress has been made since the committee's last review in 2018. But the shocking stories recently shared with MPs for its investigation, which ranged from office bullying to allegations as serious as rape, suggests that the post-Me Too focus on diversity and inclusion has failed to eradicate widespread misogyny in the City of London. And the report was particularly concerned to hear of the widespread misuse of non-disclosure agreements, NDAs, which have the effect of silencing the victim of harassment and forcing them out of an organisation, whilst protecting perpetrators and leaving them free to continue their careers and to go on to abuse others. Now, my lords, I would welcome the noble lady and the minister's comments on that report, because it's very recent. But, my lords, it is, of course, a first world problem. But it's as potent a discrimination as any that we've heard about today. And from the City of London to the fields of Cambodia, to the mountains of Tasmania, the streets of Cape Town, the studios of Hollywood and Bollywood, women face misogyny and violence. As many noble lords have said today, violence against women and girls is an equalities issue. It stops women from being free and from living their lives as they wish to live them. We have all worked hard over the years, and are still doing so, to ensure equal educational opportunities for girls, for taking extra steps to encourage women to go into sectors such as STEM, when their talents and wherever their talents fit them to whatever they may want to do. We are still fighting for equal pay. 41 years to go, it looks like. But much has improved in pay and prospects for women, and career things are on the... However, whoever the woman is, and wherever her career is, if she is raped or becomes the victim of domestic abuse, she will be seriously affected, damaged, and unable to fully thrive, sometimes for a very long time. Sometimes these male crimes against women are life-changing, and women are just stopped from thriving. Full stop. Violence against women and girls is a barrier to women's drive for equality. No matter how hard one has worked to make good use of one's opportunities, it will be a crippling setback to be the victim of male violence. And my lords, there were 910,000 domestic abuse cases recorded by the police in 2022. Probably a quarter or a fifth of the women who suffered it, and 68,000 recorded rapes, and perhaps again, maybe one-fifth or less of the women who suffer and report it. This is a wide-ranging, far-reaching block on women living a life of equality with men. And Labour's mission is to cut violence against women and girls by half. And we think that will be a powerful boost to women's economic equality by freeing more of them from the pain and anguish and trauma of having been a victim to these horribly intimate and undermining crimes. And my lords, rape and violence against women used in conduct of warfare, a most recent example being October the 7th by Hamas, puts the debate about economic inclusion into a very different perspective. Across the world, women hold less economic power than men, whether it's wages, asset, or the disproportionate amount of unpaid care that they take responsibility for. And that, of course, has a clear impact on women's ability to take on paid work of good quality and have sustainable pension late in life, as my noble friend Lord Davis explained to us. And clearly, without reproductive work, cooking, cleaning, taking care of children and others, the economy would stall, my lords. So according to the TUC, more than 1.46 million women are unable to work alongside their family commitments, compared with around 230,000 men. And that, of course, has an impact, as many noble lords have said, on the type and quality of employment available to women. And then there are those women whose economic exclusion often forms an inseparable part of the wider system of denial of human rights. And I want to just say that the report from Amnesty International, which we received as part of this debate, and their recent investigation into the frightening daily life and reality of women and girls in Iran was particularly marked. And the same, indeed, could be said for those of women and girls in Afghanistan. And in Iran, the investigation gathered the testimony of women and girls who are targeted solely for exercising their rights to bodily autonomy and freedom of expression. So many of these women and girls have been targeted economically, through arbitrary car confiscations, fines, denial of access to employment. On these benches, we are proud of Labour's record on equality, both nationally and internationally. The Equal Pay Act, maternity rights, the Equal Equality Act in 2010, to name just one or two. Labour has provided a legal and moral foundation for the equality and human rights of this generation and the generations to come. We, of course, have a plan for if we are fortunate enough to be in government. And we will support women at work, indeed. We will introduce the right to flexible working from day one. We will modernise equal pay laws to give women the right to know what their male counterparts earn. We will make it illegal to make a new mother redundant from notification of pregnancy until 6 months after their return from work. We will review the failing system of shared parental leave. We will require large employers to publish menopause action plans. We will ensure outsourced workers are included in the gender pay gap reporting and pay ratio reporting, and we will require employers to create and maintain workplaces free from harassment, including by third parties. As has been mentioned this morning on the Today programme, Thought for the Day asked the question why there's an International Women's Day and why would we embrace that here in this country. And of course, my lords, it's because discrimination which women have endured over the millennia, everywhere in the world, the oppression of various forms of state and organised religions has been used to suppress women, and the need to create a better world for all our daughters and granddaughters is common to all women everywhere. And that is why this is a powerful day and a moment to celebrate us and our achievements and to support those women who need our solidarity and support everywhere. So I thank all noble lords for what I thought was a fantastic range of contributions. I believe that we have done honour to this International Women's Day and a debate filled with passion and determination.
Yeah. My lords, it's an extraordinary privilege to but somewhat of a challenge to be closing this International Women's Day debate, and I'd like to thank all noble baronesses and lords for their important contributions. I particularly like to thank the noble lady Baroness Casey for her speech. She's now in a very elite weak tear duct club, of which I'm a very proud member. But she demonstrated, as I think all of us across the House who know the noble lady, the courage for which we are so fond of her, and also the integrity that she brings to every role. And those of us who've been in government or are in government will recognise the incredible value of someone who is able to execute, deliver and implement well. I'd also like to take this opportunity to wish Baroness Northover, her daughter and potential granddaughter, very best wishes whenever the three of them are in the same place. My lords, I started with an 1,100-word speech and I've finished with 5,000 words of notes and no speech. So I will do my best, but I fear I will be having to write to many of your lordships at the end of the debate. We heard from a number of your lordships about the importance of economic empowerment, which my noble friend covered in her opening speech. And I would remind the House that since 2010, the national living wage has risen by over 30% in real terms, something of which this government is very proud. And these issues were picked up in detail by the noble lady Baroness O'Grady and also the noble lady Baroness Chakrabarti, who obviously understands better than I do the law in this area, but to her challenges around equal pay. Of course, as she knows, paying men and women equally has been differently has been illegal for almost 50 years, and the government remains fully committed to the equal pay protections in the Equality Act of 2010. Turning to my noble friend Baroness Moyo, I'd just like to thank her for focusing on progress and on the role of women in leadership. But she and Baroness Gohir and my noble friend Baroness Sater all talked about the importance of financial inclusion for women, particularly those from minority communities. And we are conducting, together with the FCA, a joint review of the boundaries between financial advice and guidance, and we've set some initial policy proposals to improve the support that is available to all consumers, but clearly those who are the most excluded have greatest to gain. We also have a major focus on financial inclusion within our Dormant Assets programme, and I'd like to thank organisations like Fair for All Finance for the very important work that they do in this area. The noble Lord, Lord Davies of Brixton, returned to the subject of the pensions gap, which is of course an important one, and I think the noble Lord acknowledged that automatic enrolment has helped millions of women to save into a pension, and pension participation rates among eligible women in the private sector have risen from 40% in 2012 to 86% in 2022, so that's equal to men eligible for automatic enrolment. We have supported the Pensions Extension of Automatic Enrolment No. 2 Act, which received royal assent last September, and which introduces powers to lower the age for automatic enrolment and remove the lower earnings limit, and that will of course disproportionately help women on lower earnings. The noble lady Baroness Marin talked about her work with SmartWorks, and as she knows, I'm firmly in the SmartWorks fan club, and enjoyed visiting their work a few years ago. I think the government believes that a lot of effort has gone into the role of Job Centre Plus work coaches, and I think if the noble lady knows that what we intend to happen is not actually happening in real life, we'd be delighted. I'm sure my colleagues in DWP would be delighted to follow up on that. My noble friend Baroness Lampard raised the issue of women and problem gambling, and I would like to acknowledge the work of Gamble Aware and the excellent recent campaigns they've run focusing on stigma and gambling harm among women. Obviously, the government recently undertook a major review of gambling and will introduce a new range of provisions, including requirements to ensure that operators check customers' financial circumstances at the appropriate point for signs that their losses may be harmful, as well as tackling aggressive marketing practices and some other measures. I'd like to thank the noble lady, Lady Boycott, for her very powerful speech, and I think the essence, if I may, of her speech was about getting a real shift in attitudes to some of the issues which limit women's potential, including the role of men in terms of caring. So there are many examples which I know the noble lady is aware of where the government is improving protections, for example, for redundancy for pregnant women, improving flexible working, introducing carers leave, introducing leave and pay entitlements for parents of children who have time in neonatal care. But I think she was calling for a wider attitudinal shift, particularly in relation to supporting fathers to be able to take paternity. But I think history suggests men have got quite a good voice in calling for change, so maybe we can encourage them to do a bit more of that. And she will be aware of the very, very significant changes and increases that we're making for working parents in terms of the childcare offer, which should close the gap between parental leave ending and the government's current entitlement. And we will be spending over £8 billion a year on free childcare by 2027-28. And finally, I just want to agree with my noble friend Baroness Rock about welcoming the opportunities for women in farming specifically and in the wider rural economy more broadly. Turning to women's health, obviously, as the noble lady Baroness Taylor of Bolton pointed out, while women make up 51% of the population, our health system does not meet our needs, and nor historically was it designed with women in mind, and particularly women from minority communities, as the noble lady Baroness Amos raised. In relation to maternal care, we have established the Maternal Disparities Task Force, which is improving access to effective preconception and maternity care. We've invested £6.8 million in equity and equality guidance for the NHS, focusing on actions that reduce disparity for women and babies from ethnic minorities and those in the most deprived areas. And in January, the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care announced the first ever National Institute for Health and Care Research Challenge funding call, which is backed by £50 million to find new ways to tackle maternity disparities. Turning to violence against women and girls, where the noble Baronesses Lady Gale, Lady Donaghy, who stuck to her knitting, Lady Jones, the noble Baroness Lady Casey, and the noble Lady Baroness Thornton, I think, particularly highlighted issues of misogyny. It won't surprise the House to hear that I share wholeheartedly almost all of the sentiments that we've heard today on the continued need to tackle violence against women, not just in this country, but internationally. And I think this is a good moment to acknowledge the incredible leadership of my right honourable friend Theresa May, MP, on this issue, both as Home Secretary and as Prime Minister. And I worked quite closely with her when I led the charity Safe Lives on this issue, and I know her absolute commitment to ending this injustice, and I hope that we continue to hear her voice on this issue. But at its most basic, women and children need to feel safe in their homes, in their workplaces, and on the street. And we are making good progress in delivering on our commitments that were set out in the Violence Against Women and Girls Strategy and Domestic Abuse Plan. A number of your lordships focused on emergency funding so that women and girls can flee their homes in an emergency, something that the noble lady Baroness Gale and the noble lady Baroness Taylor of Stevenage both highlighted. All I would say is I absolutely recognise all too clearly the importance of being able to leave, but I really don't think that we have achieved what we need to achieve, where our expectation is still that a woman uproots her life and puts it in a black plastic bag and at worst moves to the other end of the country to live in one room with her children and leaves her teenage sons behind. That is not okay in 2024, and we should be focusing on making sure that women can stay safe in their homes. And that's why I welcome so much the government's commitment to addressing the behaviour of perpetrators, because we can keep one woman safe, but we then have that man's next partner who we have to keep safe all over again. If we don't work with the root of the problem, we will not resolve it. In relation to the Noble Lady's Baroness Donaghy's question about Clare's law, I think in part she answered it herself. I think 45,000 referrals is an extraordinary number. Of course, there's more work to do to raise awareness of it, and I will write to her on the specific points that she raised. My noble friend Baroness Owen was right to raise the important issue of violence spreading into the online space, which is obviously something we recognised in the Online Safety Act. I acknowledge my noble friend's point about the creation of deepfake images without consent not being a crime, and I would be delighted if she would like to meet with her and also ministerial colleagues in the Ministry of Justice to explore this issue further. Turning to the international stage, last year we launched our first international Women and Girls strategy and international development white paper, and we're aiming to tackle violence against women and girls not just at home but also on an international level. And at a time of terrible conflicts in the world, the House has been right to raise the scourge of sexual violence in conflict, and the UK is proud to be a global leader in its prevention. And this time last year we launched the Preventing Sexual Violence in Conflict International Alliance, which brought together governments, multilaterals, survivors and civil society. And I know there are many champions in your Lordship's House working to address this issue, but not least of those is my noble friend Lord Ahmed of Wimbledon, who will be going on Monday to New York for the UN Commission on the Status of Women. The noble lady Baroness Northover asked about the changes in ODA spending, as did the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Southwark. And the UK is one of the most generous global aid donors, spending nearly £12.8 billion in 2022. And we remain committed to protecting the most vulnerable and continuing to work towards the target on restoring funding for vital work on women and girls, and the new target set out in the FCDO's International Women and Girls Strategy of at least 80% of the FCDO's bilateral aid programmes to have a focus on gender equality by 2030. The noble lady Baroness Northover, the noble Lord Loomba, and my noble friend Baroness Hodgson raised the important issue of sexual and reproductive health and rights, and there are over 200 million women in low and middle income countries who want to avoid or delay pregnancy but are unable to use modern contraception, and almost half of all pregnancies are unintended. And this is one of my noble friend the Foreign Secretary's priority campaigns to address sexual and reproductive health and rights. We're contributing up to £200 million to the Women's Integrated Sexual Health Dividend Programme, which will reach up to 10.4 million women, prevent up to 30,600 maternal deaths, 3.4 million unsafe abortions, and 9.5 million unintended pregnancies in sub-Saharan Africa. That's quite a thought, my lords. The noble lady Baroness Barker asked about the work we're doing to uphold LGBT rights globally, and in particular in Uganda. And my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, my noble friend, the Foreign Secretary, and my right honourable friend, the Minister for Development, have all raised concerns with ministers in Uganda about the law to which the Noble Lady referred, and we will continue to use our voice to stand up for the rights and freedoms of LGBT Ugandans and others all around the world. The Noble Baroness Lady Armstrong of Hilltop and the Noble Baroness Lady Thornton also talked about gender-based violence internationally, and we announced in November of last year new funding of £33 million to tackle gender-based violence, which will include an additional £18 million to the UN Trust Fund to end violence against women, supporting grassroots women's rights organisations, and £15 million for a new programme in Somalia on gender-based violence, which will reach over 117,000 people. In response to the issues raised by the Noble Lord Oates on women's health issues internationally, the UK government has got, within the International Women and Girls Strategy, there's a focus on championing women and girls' health rights, and particularly supporting efforts to end preventable deaths of mothers, babies and children by 2030. Turning to education, there are an estimated 244 million children not in school globally, and girls, of course, are more likely to be out of school than boys, and this is exacerbated in conflict settings. And these were issues raised by the Noble Lady Baroness Gowdy. And the Noble Lord Addington, talked about the role of boys within schools, making sure that girls feel safe and welcome, and the importance of sport. There were a number of questions from my noble friend Baroness Hodgson and the Noble Lady Baroness Gowdy about the education of girls in Afghanistan. Afghanistan is the only country in the world where girls are forbidden to have a secondary education, and we condemn the Taliban's decision to restrict the rights of women and girls, and we remain committed that at least 50% of those reached with UK aid in Afghanistan will be women and girls, and we continue to support the delivery of education there, and in the last academic year reached 83,700 girls. But closer to home, as we heard from the Noble Lady Baroness Brinton and the Noble Viscount Stansgate, there is also no cause for complacency. In 2020, women only made up less than a third of the STEM workforce, and I recognise my noble friend Baroness Sater's points about the importance of financial education, not just in terms of future careers, but in the area of STEM, although obviously mathematics is an important link there, but also more broadly for women's economic independence. And I'd like to thank organisations like Maths for Girls, who particularly focus on these areas. In closing, my lords, I just wanted to say a word about representation and women's voices in public life and in the media. The Noble Lady Baroness Girl is absolutely right to raise the issue of political representation in the UK, although of course internationally issues of women's representation are even more challenging. It's also important, as the Noble Lady Baroness Merron raised, that we hear women's voices and women feel safe to work in areas of journalism, and we've set up a national committee to address that issue. I would, in terms of voice and representation, I'm afraid absolutely refute the description that the Noble Lady Baroness Udin made of the UK's government's position on Gaza. The priority must be an immediate pause to get aid in and hostages out, and then progress to a sustainable and permanent ceasefire, and the government's been quite clear about that. I'd just like to finish and I'm sure the House will bear with me for 1 minute more, with the it's hard to find the right words, but the names of the women, the Noble Lady Baroness Anderson and the Noble Lady Baroness Casey, read out, and just how stark a reminder that is of the work that we still have to do. When I worked at Safe Lives, we used to have a kind of motto, which is, whatever we did should be what you would want for your best friend. And see, the Tear Duct Club, here we go, 2 years in a row. So what would we want for our best friend? We'd want the best health care and the best education. We'd want them to be safe at home and safe online. We'd want them to have a political voice. We'd want them to have economic opportunity so that they have the greatest opportunity to contribute to society. So to all the extraordinary women all around the world who are unable to live as we do, we thank you and we stand with you in spirit.
Yeah. My Lords, the question is that this motion be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion say content. Contrary, not content. The contents have it.
My ladies and lords, I beg to move the House to now adjourn.
The House to now adjourn.